Good evening, folks. I'd like to open the Town Council regular meeting. It is Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. It's 6:30 p.m. We're at the Fairfax Women's Club, 46 Park Road, Fairfax, California. It's also available on Zoom. And with that, if you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you do the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Present.
Councilmember Hellman.
Here.
Councilmember Catrano.
Present.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Here.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. And I want to ask folks in the audience, we have, before we make a motion to approve the agenda, we have several proclamations we need to read, and I have open time before that. I think it would be better to move open time after those proclamations. That way the new council could hear open time. And so by a show of hands, are people okay with me moving open time after the presentations? I see several people's hands raised. I'm going to take that as a go.
The new council won't be seated
Oh.
until after the election is certified, and then we do the oaths of office.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but they are here. So I just want to ask again, just a show of hands. If it's only a small number, we'll just have open time. Okay, so who is okay with me moving open time until after the presentations? Just raise your hand. Okay, it looks like more folks want to leave open time. And, as much as I appreciate public participation, I think I can see the hands. So with that, approval of the agenda, would somebody make a motion?
So moved. I'll second.
Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. And with that, I'll read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place them in a silent mode. And the town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. So open time for public expression. We're going to do this for 30 minutes. Anything that is not completed at 30 minutes, and we'll do 15 minutes in the room, 15 minutes on Zoom, we will move to the end of the agenda. This is time to address the council on matters not on the agenda. All comments are limited to 2 minutes. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item. Government Code Section 54954.2. If there are still raised hands after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. So it's 6:34. At 6:49, we'll move to Zoom. Okay, let's get started.
You want to press the button?
Good evening. My name is Bob Middlestead. My nonprofit group, E-Bike Access, has been working for over a year to protect children by doing something about the illegal, dangerous throttle devices mislabeled as Class 2 e-bikes that our youth are riding. My request tonight, respectfully, is that the county finally agendize this issue so we can have a full discussion of it and figure out what Fairfax can and should do about this. At one point, Fairfax was the leader. Its website 9 months ago said Super 73s and similar throttle devices are not e-bikes, they're motorcycles, they're not legal. That was an important message because Super 73s are the most popular for 10 to 15-year-olds, which have the highest accident rate 5 times of any other age group. For that reason, like other schools in Marin, White Hill has banned them. Unfortunately, White Hill students are now evading that ban by parking these devices at a home next to the school, specifically at 9 Glen Drive. I've reported this to the police, but for reasons that they can explain, and we had a nice discussion today, they are not enforcing the law. That inaction undermines everything we in the schools have been trying to do. It creates danger. And in our view, there's a straightforward solution, which would be a high-profile, a well-publicized enforcement effort to shut down whatever's going on at 9 Glen Drive, which is acting as a haven for those that are evading the school ban. At a minimum, I submit this is worthy of an agendized discussion, hopefully before the next serious accident or death from one of these Super 73s occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Contrary to what the attorney seems to do, which is try to use the Brown Act as a hammer against the public, the main reason, or one of the main reasons and objectives of the Brown Act is to remind elected officials that they work for the public. I have some questions on the consent calendar from November 6th. Number 20 was $1,000 was awarded for the hanging and rehanging of banners on flagpoles. Who got the $1,000? Because those banners were hung by town employees. They didn't get a bonus. And it's my understanding that the cherry picker that we share with San Anselmo is not on a per use basis. So who got the $1,000? Maybe you need to agendize that. And we'd also have asked many times for the costs, all the costs of the bond measure, now the failed bond measure, including the survey, the attorney, the specialist attorney, the bond specialist, the underwriter special, whatever. We deserve to know how much was spent of public money on this after you were told that it wasn't going to succeed.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Sean.
Good evening, Council. Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax. Encampments, as some advocate, are not housing. They are sanctioned places for addiction and suffering. The problem has been mislabeled as a housing crisis. Yeah, I have comments for the actual ordinance, but this is a letter from a camper, and I just am giving a quick introduction to it. The problem has been mislabeled as a housing crisis when in fact it's a mental health and addiction crisis. We don't have an encampment in Perry Park of people looking for housing. What we have is a transient hub, and we must work together to stop enabling their suffering. I'd like to read a letter from someone who experienced this suffering firsthand. My name is Joey Schull. I came to Fairfax in March of 2024 to visit a cherished family friend after the loss of my only sibling, to participate in the building of a friend's homestead in Hornbrook and to hike the PCT. In May, I fell off a cliff and was badly injured and stranded for a period of 5 to 6 months. I lived in Contrati Park in Fairfax. During that time, I was stolen from, starved, gaslighted, and harassed in an improvised homeless encampment. While some of the people in that camp were and will remain my friends, others were my enemy. My friends there will always be remembered and treasured as they helped me grow during my time there. Eventually, things got so bad and so unmanageable, my own fault in this I fully plead guilty to, that the good people in this community had to pitch in and put their heads together to get me out of that camp and to get me home, but also to make sure I was taken care of and well fed. They made sure I was okay, and I owe them my life. What this community needs to know is that regardless of what care is taken to keep that area clean, that is not a positive lifestyle. And doing it in the presence of a child's Little League field and family park is patently wrong and unmanageable. We must be held accountable for the addictions and poor life choices that make our lives unmanageable. This is coming from a man who has lived in the wild the right way and will again one day. To those in the camp, help yourselves. Hurt people will hurt people. God bless you all, and God bless the community of Fairfax, California. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Next speaker, please.
My name is Denise Armani. Chance, you don't know me, but I've been following your good works for some time
So
now.
there's a proclamation to thank.
This is not just about that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm going to be talking about rent control.
Okay.
Okay. I truly appreciate all you've done. And I just want to thank you. And I also want to thank Councilmember Hellman for everything you did to help Fairfax tenants. To all listening to me now, I have lived in Fairfax off and on since the 80s as a property owner and as a tenant. I do not feel welcome here anymore. The federal election results and the Fairfax election results were a double whammy to me as a retired senior. Now I get to stress over Medicare and Social Security cuts and unreasonable rent hikes and even eviction. The owners of Creekside Apartments, where I live, have wasted no time in increasing rents for some tenants 6.5%. I found this scene on Instagram after the election, and it sums up my feelings. I want to share it with you now. I don't think there is anything more soul-crushing than believing that joy is going to defeat hate, and then hate wins. I no longer feel the joy of living in Fairfax because I believe hate has won the day here. Lies, misinformation, and confusion surrounding rent control and just cause eviction have won the day. The good people on the council have been rejected, and some of dubious character have bought their way to power. I hope the 2/3 of Fairfax voters who eliminated rent protections are full of joy now. And I hope all the tenants who didn't bother to vote at all are full of joy now too.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claire Armitage, Fairfax. Greetings. 2 years ago, I began attending town council meetings. At first, it was all about rent ordinances. But as time went on, I saw a pattern emerging. Like many, I was shocked by the lack of regard for the residents and businesses who disagreed with the council's narrow ideology. At that time, I said we would not go quietly into the night, that we would use every remedy at our disposal to fight the council and to seek equitable treatment for all residents of Fairfax. Mission accomplished. I see the results of this election as a rejection of a very limited and damaging worldview, one that pits one group of citizens against another, that sees the world as us versus them, and that drafts policies that serve the interests of one group at the expense of another. The current council starts each session by honoring our ancestors and their land, but it is disingenuous to honor them while simultaneously dishonoring any segment of your living constituency. Instead of treating us fairly and equitably, you will be remembered for your lack of transparency, narrow ideological viewpoints, and for creating division in our community and distrust of our elected officials. I now call upon our new town council to make every decision with the needs of all your constituents in mind. I call on you to reject the notion that it's acceptable to create policies that support some at the expense of others. And I ask that you seek out all stakeholders in deliberation about policies that will affect them. Let this be our new town council's legacy. And I also call on our community to continue working together for our town's betterment. Let's
Thank you,
work
Claire.
with, not against,
Thank
the
you.
new town.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Wendy, and I really appreciate Denise's remarks. Mine are not that different. I'm sad for my old loved town of 11 years and still deeply care about. I wish you would all work together instead of fighting, yelling, bad-mouthing, spreading disinformation, and disenfranchising people. I urge you to actually speak to mostly lower income renters and residents and hear their stories before you make decisions that directly affect them. I wish this town could go back to kindness and care and encourage listening to each other with open hearts.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kathy Flores, Fairfax. Good evening, Fairfax, and what a wonderful evening it is. Tonight we will have new council members sworn in, Frank Yeager and Mike Arangelli, who are expected to represent and to listen to the public. In light of the recent election and an overwhelming majority vote for Frank Yeager and 1,000 votes over the third place incumbent, we are requesting that the council nominate longtime resident and council member Frank Yeager.
No, this is not, we have an item on this.
You have an
So
item on him becoming this?
We have an item on choosing the mayor and vice mayor, so
Okay, well,
no.
this is my note. Yeager as mayor for the year
Okay,
2024
Kathy,
to
it's not appropriate.
2025. Thank you for listening.
Kathy, it's not appropriate. We have an item on this and we have people waiting to speak in open time. So can you come back? Well, Kathy, you need to leave.
On this important request.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Liliana Levetzo. I've been here about 2 years in Fairfax. Previously, I grew up in San Rafael. I'm just here to comment and to thank all the town council members, especially Chance, who was very helpful on the rent control. Even though we lost, I just want to say that the people who supported rent control, like myself, who's a tenant, we want to make sure that they know that we are going to come back in full force, and hopefully we're going to figure out something to make more affordable housing here in Marin County and Fairfax. Although I don't support what I read online today about School Street, hopefully we can come up with something that works, that's going to be within the design of Fairfax, that's going to take into account, obviously, traffic, all the big things that are going to cause traffic and all that stuff. So again, just thank you, Chance, and all the other town council members who are no longer going to be a part of this. I don't know their previous records on stuff, but I want to say thank you. That's it.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. I was very honored to ride over here from the East Bay today. It's been 2 months and 2 days since David Glick passed. And I know that he would want me to speak about a woman named Leslie Angeline, who today was on her 16th day of a hunger strike out of concern for the children of Gaza. And I have immense respect for her, and I hope that she's going to be okay. I heard that she did get her hope for a meeting with Representative Huffman, so I think that's good. And hopefully she can end her hunger strike. She's older than I am, and I worry about her health. She is hunger striking in solidarity with the children of Gaza who are being starved, but also she's hunger striking in conjunction with hunger strikers in Jordan. I'm sorry I'm not better prepared to speak tonight, but it's heart-wrenching watching what's happening with our tax dollars. But I do want to say that it's intense being in this building, just knowing that this is where Daniel Ellsberg spoke, and he came at the invitation of David Glick. I want to thank Mark Bell and Frank Egger for speaking up so eloquently when you were doing your ceasefire resolution. I hope that people can come together on this issue. It's very, very important. I was very happy to speak on behalf of rent control, in support of rent control, and very supportive of DSA. Little disappointed to find out that behind everybody's back, they were supporting Yoav Schlesinger for town council. That's disappointing, and I hope that there can be some transparency going forward. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have time for one more speaker, and then we're going to Zoom. If there's not enough people on Zoom, we'll continue in the room.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Bruce and Chance for their time on the council, but specifically, I'd like to call out Chance because
Okay, we have an item on the proclamations with public comment. So this is not, we're coming up to that. Thank you.
Fair
You
enough.
can speak after that. Let's do one more speaker in the room, Richard Pedamonte. No. All right, let's go to Zoom because we're actually over the 15 minutes.
There are 4 raised hands on Zoom. The first speaker is Ro, followed by PJ. Ro, you are unmuted.
Hi there. I'm here in support of Chance Petrano's leadership in Fairfax. And
Okay, excuse me, this is not open time matter. We have proclamations that will thank Bruce and Chance for their service, and you can call back in for that. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is PJ, followed by Rebecca. PJ, you are unmuted.
No, it wasn't PJ.
PJ, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, let's go on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Rebecca, followed by Karen. Rebecca, you are unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is my name is Rebecca, and I'm one of the unfortunate parents that have her daughter living by the park. And I just want you guys to know, I know there's homeless advocates and everybody, but
So we have an item on encampment issues coming up later. This is not an open time.
this is more about mental health, is what I'm talking about right now.
This is not an open time matter.
I'm not understanding.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, all I'm saying is that
Please be quiet.
my daughter has been suffering, and this county has not been helping. They keep thinking that it's okay and for her to live homeless, when it's the most inhumane thing that you can do to somebody like my daughter who suffers with severe mental illness. And something has to change, and it's policies, and beds need to be made, and the people need to be helped. Letting them be homeless is inhumane, it's wrong. And if it was any one of your kids, you would not allow this to happen. And because of our policies and because we're not spending money, there's the Odyssey program, it's doing nothing. The Care Court program just started first, but I'm telling you, it's much of the same. It's just like AOT, it's just like the Odyssey program. Something has to change. This is not because things are not affordable. This is not housing affordable. It's called mental illness, and it's people that don't realize that they're mentally ill. And so they think they're fine, but they're not. But they're living like animals. We treat the dog pounds are nicer than what we're doing to our human beings out there. I hope you hear this because something needs to be done. Everybody is in harm at this point. She's at harm of herself and of others, and so is everybody else. And the problem is growing, and it's just getting worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I want to remind people that we are on open time and we have these things on the agenda in the future. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Karen, followed by PJ. Karen, you are unmuted.
Hi, this is Karen from Fairfax. Yesterday, I was going to Blackie's pasture in Tiburon. I left here at 3 o'clock. I arrived there at 4:15. I was stunned at the amount of traffic just trying to get out of Sir Francis Drake to the freeway. So I started wondering about our housing element concerns, and do we have a traffic plan? How is our infrastructure, our physical infrastructure, traffic going to support, us moving forward? That's, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Did PJ put his hand down?
He did.
Okay. Is there any more speakers in the room on open time? Okay, come forward. You're the last speaker. Please.
Just very practical. We need new speakers. It's hard to hear. It's not that big a deal. I think it would be easy to put a couple in the back. Thanks.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, so we are moving on to presentations, and I just want to read this, and I'll read this again at the end. Public comment for presentation items will happen once rather than after each individual presentation. During the public comment period on presentations, speakers may comment on any item from this section of the agenda. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes total and may only speak once. So the first proclamation is recognizing Councilmember Bruce Ackerman for his service, and I'll go ahead and read that proclamation. Town of Fairfax proclamation honoring Bruce Ackerman for his outstanding service to the town of Fairfax. Whereas Bruce Ackerman has dedicated over 30 years to the Fairfax community, beginning with his arrival in 1993 and culminating in his impactful tenure as a member of the town council since 2017. And whereas Bruce has contributed his extensive experience in science, technology, and sustainability to advance the town's goals, including his leadership in co-authoring Fairfax's first climate action plan and advocating for environmental policies. And whereas Bruce's commitment to public service has been exemplified through his leadership roles on the General Plan Advisory Committee, the Climate Action Committee, and the Planning Commission, demonstrating his dedication to the thoughtful long-term community planning. Whereas Bruce Ackerman's calm demeanor, thoughtful decision-making, and empathetic approach to leadership have earned the respect and admiration of his colleagues and community members alike, fostering collaboration and understanding even in challenging circumstances. And whereas his advocacy for reducing fossil fuel consumption has not only shaped local policy, but also inspired residents to take individual and collective actions to address climate change. And whereas Bruce's personal and professional life has been a testament to lifelong learning, innovation, and deep commitment to family, community, and environmental stewardship. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax hereby expresses its heartfelt gratitude to Bruce Ackerman for his years of service, leadership, and dedication to the betterment of our community. We honor his many contributions and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. And we'll have public comment at the end. The next proclamation is recognizing Councilmember Chance Cutrano for his service. And I'd like to invite Councilmember Hellman to read that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Town of Fairfax proclamation honoring Chance Cutrano for his outstanding service to the town of Fairfax. Whereas Chance moved to Fairfax in 2017 and immediately found his place in the community, serving on both the Fairfax Volunteers and the Open Space Committee.
He was an active and strong contributor to the Fairfax community's COVID task force, which ideated and delivered multiple relief and service programs to vulnerable community members and small businesses in 2020 and 2021. Whereas elected in 2020, Chance consistently represented our town with pride, passion, and unwavering commitment to equity, giving a voice to the underrepresented members of the Fairfax community. Whereas Chance thinks outside the traditional box, he has enormous capacity to listen and learn from those with other opinions and political perspectives. He has exemplified the spirit of collaborative leadership, balancing his sharp intellect with empathy and passion for service, inspiring others to engage with local government, and fostering a sense of unity within the community. Whereas Chance is accomplished and well-respected representative on numerous regional and local boards, including the Transportation Authority of Marin, the Ross Valley Fire Department Board of Directors, the Marin Emergency Radio Authority Emergency Preparedness Committee, and is co-chair of the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members Subcommittee on Homelessness, ensuring that Fairfax's voice is heard on key issues affecting the region. And whereas Fairfax representative to the Transportation Authority of Marin, Chance has played a leadership role in planning and supporting multimodal infrastructure projects, including the rollout of the bike share program. Whereas over the course of several years, Chance has played a strategic and vital role with the effective acquisition of the Wall property, including multi-party negotiations and forging the pact with the Marin Open Space Trust, which was the key to this successful effort to protect this community asset as open space in perpetuity. Whereas Chance is notably skilled at forging partnerships and nurturing collaboration, most recently bringing together our congressman, state senator, the county of Marin, chiefs of public safety sector, water district, Transportation Authority of Marin, and our public works team to leverage a grant to repair Bolinas Fairfax Road. Whereas Chance was invited to present small town big aspirations, leveraging interagency collaborations to address complex infrastructure challenges at the 2024 Cal Cities Leadership Summit. Whereas Chance's agricultural project with Resource Renewal Institute's Fish in the Fields was awarded the 2023 Innovation Prize from the J.M. Kaplan Fund, celebrating the project as a quote, working to address a triple threat of issues: climate change, biodiversity loss, and industrial food systems. Where is my page 2? I have 2 page 1s. Oh, it's on the back. This effort also earned him the Sierra Club California's Emerging Leader Award and Actera's Champion Promise Award, reflecting his steadfast commitment to protecting our planet. Whereas Chance is a champion for local service learning, nonprofit Children for Change, inspiring young people relating to their vision and ideas with humility and excitement. In a time when youth are divesting and distrustful of government, Chance is modeling leadership and planting seeds of hope and possibility. Whereas in addition to being a civic leader, Chance is known for his creativity and kindness. Chance is a poet, a photographer, a scholar, an environmentalist, a world traveler, a skateboarder, a hiker, and an empath. Whereas Chance is multifaceted and an exceptional leader, celebrated for his extraordinary skill, talent, and remarkable ability to lead with dignity. He consistently recognizes and honors the intrinsic worth of every individual. As such, Chance is a role model and an invaluable asset to any organization or endeavor as he embodies and upholds our shared humanity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax hereby expresses its profound gratitude to Chance Cutrano for his outstanding service, leadership, and dedication to the betterment of our community. Through his contributions, Chance has left an enduring legacy of stewardship, equity, and inspiration. We extend our best wishes to him and look forward to his continued contributions to the Fairfax community and beyond.
Okay. Why don't we hold our applause to the end of all the proclamations? That would be good. And then I guess there's a proclamation recognizing Mayor Barbara Kohler for her service that I won't be reading.
Right, you won't. Okay, so Town of Fairfax proclamation honoring Mayor Barbara Kohler for her leadership and service to the town of Fairfax. Whereas Barbara Kohler has served the town of Fairfax with extraordinary dedication since her appointment to the town council in 2013, being elected to multiple terms and serving as mayor in 2015, 2019, and 2024, and whereas during her tenure, Barbara demonstrated steadfast leadership in advancing key initiatives aligned with Fairfax's values of equity, sustainability, disaster preparedness, and fiscal responsibility while preserving the town's uniqueness. And whereas Barbara was instrumental in achieving Fairfax's housing element certifications, balancing the need for affordable housing with the preservation of open spaces and village appeal, and whereas Barbara has been a tireless advocate for environmental protection, leading the acquisition of the Sky Ranch and the Wall property and championing climate action initiatives such as Fairfax's Climate Action Plan and renewable energy programs, and whereas Barbara convened the Citizens Disaster Council during her mayoral terms, enhancing the town's emergency preparedness and resilience through updated plans, community evacuation maps, and wildfire prevention measures, and whereas under her leadership, Fairfax completed critical infrastructure projects, including the ADA-compliant upgrades, pedestrian safety improvements, and downtown repairs, while maintaining fiscal responsibility, and whereas Barbara's decades of public service, grounded in her scientific expertise and passion for community engagement, have inspired others to participate in civic life, ensuring Fairfax remains vibrant, inclusive, and environmentally conscious. And whereas her term as mayor concludes, Barbara will continue to serve as a dedicated council member, shaping the town's future and advocating for all its priorities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Fairfax expresses its heartfelt gratitude to Mayor Barbara Kohler for her exemplary leadership, vision, and tireless commitment to our community. Her legacy of public service and advocacy has left an indelible mark, and we look forward to her continued contributions as a council member.
Thank you. I think we'll go ahead and read the climate action proclamation, and I've asked Councilmember Ackerman to read that.
Thank you. I'm honored to do so. So this is the Town of Fairfax proclamation recognizing the 10-year anniversary of our Climate Action Committee. Whereas the Town of Fairfax established the Climate Action Committee, the CAC, in 2014, recognizing the critical need to address climate change and its impacts through local leadership and community engagement. And whereas the CAC has worked tirelessly to create and implement the town's climate action plan, the CAP, which was formally adopted in 2021 with the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, promoting sustainability, and fostering resilience. And whereas the CAC has collaborated closely with the town council, staff, and community members to advance innovative initiatives, including electrification of municipal and residential buildings, development of electric vehicle infrastructure, implementation of energy-efficient practices, and promotion of waste reduction strategies. And whereas the CAC has been instrumental in securing grants, organizing public events, and creating community outreach programs that have raised awareness and empowering residents and businesses to take meaningful climate actions. And whereas over the past decade, the CAC has established Fairfax as a leader in environmental stewardship, receiving regional recognition such as the Charles F. McGlashan Award for Environmental Leadership, and contributing to county-wide collaborations like the Marin County-wide Electrification Roadmap. And whereas the CAC has fostered a culture of innovation and inclusivity by integrating youth participation, engaging volunteers, and leveraging partnerships with organizations like Marin Clean Energy, Resilient Neighborhoods, and Ride and Drive Clean to further the town's climate goals. And whereas the work of the CAC has led to substantial progress in areas such as building and appliance electrification, sustainable transportation, habitat restoration, and the creation of the Pavilion Resilience Hub project to prepare for future climate challenges. And whereas the CAC's dedicated members, both past and present, exemplify the spirit of volunteerism and commitment to the well-being of Fairfax and its residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, on this occasion of the Climate Action Committee's 10-year anniversary, commends the CAC for its exceptional service, innovation, and dedication to combating climate change and promoting sustainability. Be it further resolved that the Town Council expresses its gratitude to the members of the committee and affirms its commitment to supporting continued climate action initiatives to achieve the goals of the Climate Action Plan 2030 and beyond.
Thank you, Bruce. I would ask, is Sandy Adler-Killen here? Oh, there she is. Okay. So on October 16th, we presented the Citizen of the Year award to Sandy Adler-Killen, but Sandy was in Gaza as a nurse helping mothers and babies. And so we did a full presentation, and some of her friends were here, and we have framed the proclamation, and I'd like to present that to Sandy in person. And then before we open public comment, we'll give her a few minutes to speak. So I'll come.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to face this way if that's okay with everybody. So when Barbara contacted me about seeing if I was open to receiving or being nominated for this particular recognition, I was very hesitant about it. It wasn't something I'm not really comfortable with this, with kind of being recognized for something that I do, because this is what I do. I've been doing disaster response for many years and work all over the world. So this particular year I went to Gaza, and I was in Gaza in March and April doing trauma work. And basically, I just want to share with everybody, and I'm going back again in February, and I just wanted to share with everybody my sentiment about where I stand right now. So myself and many, 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 I don't know, hundreds of medical clinicians have spoken up as witnesses, since the media is not allowed inside Gaza, have spoken out as witness to what we've seen. And the horror is not stopping. I want you all to take a minute. I know this is just in our small town of Fairfax. I've lived here almost 30 years. And this is my home. This is my community. And I want you all just to take a moment and imagine you wake up one day and your entire town is destroyed. It's leveled. Manor School is gone. So you take everybody that you know, that you love, you run to San Anselmo. Then that is flattened. That is destroyed. Every school there is destroyed. Then you try to run to San Rafael, you run to Berkeley, you run to San Francisco. All the universities, Cal is gone. San Francisco State is gone. UCSF is gone. Marin General is gone. Kaiser is gone. Just imagine what that is like. How do we bring about change? What can we do to get our government here to stop sending arms that are killing so many people? innocent people. I'm sorry. What I witnessed there with my own eyes, it was innocent women and children being killed there. And I want you all just to do whatever you can. If you can leave here tonight and make a phone call, send a letter begging your representatives to please pressure Biden to enact an immediate arms embargo for offensive weapons and a ceasefire. If that's all we can do tonight, if we leave here as a community trying to make a difference, I mean, I feel like that's why I'm here. That's why I'm receiving this proclamation. And I'm just going to end by reading to you all. This is a message that I got from one incredible colleague of mine, and I'm here to accept this award in their honor. Honestly, you guys, this is for me, for my heart. This is an honor that I'm accepting for the Palestinian doctors and nurses and journalists and teachers who've all been targeted, and many have been killed because of the work they do. And they don't give up. They come every day, giving of their heart. And I'm just going to let her words speak for me. She's a 23-year-old nurse. I'm a Palestinian living under destruction. I endure severe suffering without electricity, good food, or clean water. The rain floods the displaced and sweeps away their tents, not to even mention the strong winds. Everything available is very expensive, even the rotten flour, which is now sold for $300 a pound, despite being infested with worms and weevils. Citizens have no other diverse options, and even if they want to buy, there are no sources of income to cope with this high cost of living. Children collect food from the garbage or beg to get a bite to eat. Not to mention the terror and fear that grips us at night, preventing us from sleeping comfortably and peacefully. Safety and life are absent in my country. This is a 23-year-old. I'm sure some of you have children. Imagine these words coming from your children. And what they ask from me, send me poetry. Don't forget about us. Please know how much we love you. This is what I get back. These are amazing human beings. And what they care about is art and music and love and community. And I hope that's what we can come together as a community and share and connect with. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. So with that, it's hard to follow. We're going to move on to, for all these items, public comment, and it's 2 minutes total. And I will just mention that after these items, we'll take a short break for a little bit of treats, unlike some councils that actually just do a couple of other things and then it's over. We continue on. So, Michael, you're up.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Bruce and Chance. And Bruce, I still remember when you were up there by yourself, putting the shingles on our bus stop on Strandstrike Boulevard. Thank you. But I also really want to make support for Chance, because I think that Chance, although I differ on most of our opinions on what to do, he has always been polite. He has set a higher bar that I think this council and future councils should respect. I can honestly say each and every time I've been up here speaking, he has treated me with respect, independent of my opinion being different. He's been polite to the audience. He's never looked down at his phone and tried to ignore me or the rest of the audience. So I'd really like to say that although you're not finishing another 1 or 2 or 3 terms, I sincerely appreciate how polite you've been to the general audience. And I hope that that is what you're remembered by, because it will benefit all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Next speaker, please. I'm sure we have somebody. Oh, Susan, you're up.
Hi. I wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Ackerman, Kohler, and Catrano very much for your service. Especially, I want to say to Chance, I hope this isn't the last we hear of you. You clearly, in that proclamation, have made a huge impact, and I, for one, am extremely proud that you represent this town. And for the work that all of you have done on the Wall property and the Sky Ranch and the housing issue, which is very divisive in this town and unfortunate. But I just want to say thank you very much for all of you for your service.
Thank you, Susan. Next speaker, please. Oh, this is the chair of our Climate Action Committee.
Jody Timms, Cascade
Jody
Drive. First, I want to thank all three of you as council members to Bruce and Chance. Unbelievable. I feel like you have represented so many of us and the way we feel and our politics and what we hope and wish this town would move forward. In spite of what a lot of people say that you don't represent us, you represent a huge bunch of this community. And I'm very grateful for the service that you've given us. Barbara as well. You'll still be up there, but thank you very much for a tough year as mayor. And then also, yes, on behalf of the Climate Action Committee, I want to thank not only this council for everything you've done to support our initiatives and our actions and our events for the last couple of years, but for all the councils in the last 10 years that have supported the Climate Action Committee and the work that our Climate Action Plan. We are all really excited to continue that work as we move forward, especially given the federal situation that we face. I was on the BackMud meeting today for 4 or 5 hours, which was incredibly inspiring. There's a lot of movement to get California lined up and moving forward. And at this point, we're just following the lead of a lot of things that are happening in this state. And we're an example in the state. We have been in the past in Fairfax. I hope we're able to continue that. So again, thank you all very much for all those reasons. And for Sandy, oh my God, I just wanted to also many blessings to her.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa Sarabella. I'm a homeowner in Fairfax, taxpayer. I just wanted to share that I've been trying to help the homeless in Fairfax. Me and a few other people, I won't name any names, helped Joe get a bus ticket to Ohio.
This is not open time. This is not this encampment. This is to go over these proclamations. So I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait to bring your comments up when we get that.
I wanted to speak up on behalf of the homeless, so you want me to wait till later?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Renee.
First of all, I don't know how I'm going to say what I'm going to say because Sandy, you have touched all of us, and I don't even know if we can have that much love and giving in this world, then we can find it here. I know we can. And it is with honest sadness for Fairfax that I stand here to say farewell and express my gratitude to Bruce and to Chance for serving our town. Bruce and Chance share the prize for kindness, competency, and crazy smarts. They met on a roof, hammers in hand and pounding the final nails into the restored Fairfax bus shelter. I would bike past and see them up there like fiddlers on the roof, no doubt pondering the meaning of life. And how much square footage would it be required to create a community solar array? They serve this town wholeheartedly with extraordinary care, pointing Fairfax forward, working on vital policies consistent with our legacy of environmental stewardship, cool funkiness, and inclusion of all people. Most people who run for local office, which, if elected, affords them $300 a month and the impossible task of representing everyone, hope to be a bridge and mend the giant gaps between people. Bruce is a human bridge. He's a builder by nature, most probably could engineer a bridge by himself, and Chance has a gift for bringing people together at the water's edge to vision a new bridge and a mode shift for crossing that bridge and making sure that no one is left standing on the banks. They are both dedicated bridge builders and never bridge blockers. Bruce and Chance, thank you for modeling integrity and civility. Thank you for being bold and standing firm for progressive policies and values. Bruce, thank you for your 21 years of volunteer service, for visioning and queuing up a fully renewable energy transition. I wish you both peace.
Thank you.
I wish you both peace. You are shining examples of humanity.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's Wendy, and I want to ditto what Renee said, but I also just want to say my own thank you to Chance and Bruce and everything that you've done for this town and how much you've put in to this town and your heart and soul and everything. And I specifically want to say to Bruce about Bruce that I feel like he doesn't get enough credit because he's the quiet one and it's not funny. And I know for a fact that he goes to every single door and tries to talk to every single person in this town. And I have a lot of respect for you, and I just needed to say that out loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Next speaker, please.
Ronnie Cruzman, Fairfax. I want to thank the whole council. This is a very tough town to represent, obviously, with lots of strong opinions in different directions. And I believe that all of your hearts are in a really good place. I want to thank Bruce. I barely got to know you, but I know of your service. I do know Chance very well. He's a friend. And there's a lot I could say, and Renee said it very eloquently. One of the things that comes to mind is I think you're pretty misunderstood. And I think if more people knew who you were and what you stood for and what you did, that the election outcomes might have been different. However, I'm also excited for you because I think that I'm excited to see where your energy goes. I want to thank you for working on the issues that may not be the big, sexy billboard issues, but that really matter to people in Fairfax, to people like me and my wife and our baby when we're walking the streets and we know those sidewalks are going to be repaired. And that when we drive up Bolinas Road, it is annoying to wait at the traffic light, but it's far less annoying than what might happen if there's another slide and we actually have to go through Bolinas to get to the good earth, right? And that's because of you. And to help get the wall property across the finish line and so many other things that you did, I think shows such a tremendous level of competence and intelligence, but also you have to be able to build coalitions, as other people have said, and you did that so effectively. I think what I want to say most and why you're an inspiration to me and why I will never run for office here is because I couldn't keep my cool like you did, and I think that the abuse that you took is shameful. And I want to acknowledge you for being a leader and being able to not lash out back, but also not take the abuse. And the way I saw you run meetings with such respect, even though abuse was thrown at you, is something that's laudable, and it's an amazing example for all of us. Despite our politics, can we come together a bit more? So thank you for your support. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I want to echo what was just said about Chance Catrano. And I also want to thank you for moving me further left and further progressive, because I've campaigned for Bernie Sanders twice in 2016 and 2020. And I'm a social democrat, but thanks to you, I've actually moved further left. So I want to thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there more speakers in the room? I'm sure there are. Naomi, are you getting up? It's your turn.
Hello, Council and Mayor. I want to thank you all for your commitment to this town and for continuing to show up to do the hard work of steering Fairfax in a positive direction, even when you have to face abuse and disinformation campaigns from some residents. I truly hope that our community as a whole will reject the vitriol that has become too common recently and will recognize that civility and respect is the path forward toward positive change. Tonight, I want to focus my appreciation specifically on our two departing council members, Bruce Ackerman and Chance Cutrano. Bruce, I deeply appreciate your care and thoughtfulness in considering every point of view and looking to find solutions that best serve everyone. For years, I have witnessed your kindness, respect, and commitment to environment. Your presence on the council will be dearly missed. Thank you for your distinguished service. Chance, we know that I am not a totally objective observer here, but I would like to say that your steadfast principles, thoughtful comportment, intelligent listening, and keen communication skills were the traits I first noticed about you when I met you. And those qualities have also defined your time on council. You have delivered time and time again for our community by preserving the Wall property as open space, furthering emergency preparedness, procuring grants for road safety, preserving Sherwood Oaks as permanent affordable housing, co-developing outdoor dining, completing the housing element, co-coordinating skate park development, serving on numerous committees and subcommittees, working bravely to strengthen tenant protections, taking phone calls and meetings with residents at all hours, and so much more. Deeply dedicated, ethical, creative public servants like you don't come along every day, and I am sad for the town that we have lost your brilliant leadership. Thank you so much for your generous service, and I am really excited to see what comes next. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You can raise that.
Yeah, thank you. Greetings, good evening. My name is Chris Morales. I'm a resident of Fairfax since the late 90s. And I'm sad to see you go, Bruce. You've served here for a long time, and I give you a deep bow. And thank you for your service and all that you've done here in Fairfax. Chance, you're a good friend of mine, and it's been an honor to see you run for council and get elected and see you through your term and as a service member for our community. And am so impressed with not only your hand painting of all of your signs running for office, but really can't repeat and say enough that hasn't already been said. But to both of you and to the rest of you that still remain, if there's any silver lining in any of the discourse and turmoil that has and the heat that has come about in the last few years, look at all the people that are here participating in civil discourse. And I think you would both agree, the ones that are leaving, that if there is any silver lining, that it's that. And so if there's anything to be said for standing up for what you value, even amidst campaigns that kind of are out there to smear your name, I really honor both of you for that. And thank you for trying to run again, even amidst all of that. That just shows a lot of courage and strength and passion. So thank you so much for your service to this community as someone who's lived here and calls this place home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Veronica.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Garretts. I'm a Fairfax resident. I've lived here for 11 years, and my son Ilo, I think, is the youngest person in the room back there at 13 years, reppin'. And that is a direct response to what Chris Morales was just naming, Chance Cutrano, which is the amount of inspiration you've been for so many people to get involved, to be activists. And the impact of that is only going to continue in ways that we have yet to imagine. And I can't wait to see it. I'm going to go back and forth between you and Bruce. Bruce, it was such an honor to get to work with you on the Res J committee and to get to know your heart and your capacity to grow and be open to things that I know pushed you to your edge, and yet you did it with an open heart. And I think we can all be inspired by that example. Thank you very much for your dedicated service to Fairfax. I'm really sad to be seeing you go, but not for good. I know the farm will be very happy to have more of you. Chance, what? From the volunteer board and just being blown away at that time, 26-year-old, maybe you, 25. So this kid who was showing up on the volunteer board and leading by offering his time in more ways than anybody could imagine. I was like, who is this kid? And he's just been blowing us out of the water in his dedication and service as a town the entire time. From the open space committee to the town council to the work that you do for your professional life and bringing that into Fairfax, picking up garbage in the creek, leading the rainbow painting on the street, letting my son see what it can be to lead with grace and patience and such dedication. I can't believe how many times I could call you and ask you or text you because somebody was asking me about something that was on an agenda and you knew everything about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Julia Ledyard, and I'm a Fairfax resident. And I would first like to thank Renee for giving the first part of my speech, because that's exactly what I was going to say. Now, I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to Bruce and actually the whole council, because this is like a really tough job, and I don't know how you do it. But Bruce, we're sad to see you go, and I know you bring so much heart to this job. And I know it hasn't been an easy time lately. And Chance, I'm blown away by your grace and clarity during this contentious election season. You're always just clear and cool, and you can explain things so well, and you're amazing. And this has just been such a tough election, both locally and nationally. So I'm grateful for your thoughtful, collaborative leadership, and I know your heart has always been behind what's best for Fairfax. You have a fair and welcoming spirit, and you have fought for equity and opportunity for all. And I really appreciate that, and I hope we don't lose that. Fairfax has been beyond lucky to have you on the council, and you will be sorely missed. But as we all know, you're already doing very important work for our world, and I'm excited to watch you on your seemingly tireless path of service. I'm blown away by you. And then, dear Fairfax, my husband and I have lived here for 23 years and raised our daughter here. We've always loved our town, and unfortunately during this election season has been infected with vitriol. The hateful language that showed up on signs and on social media has been heartbreaking. Our town center, a place that should be held sacred for public gathering and civil discourse, became a hostile environment. Our buildings and sidewalks became a wasteland of plastic signs, way too many to even read in a thoughtful way. And they're most likely already in the landfill. While many folks got what they wanted, to what end is what I'm asking, and how long will it take this town to heal? I would like to graciously welcome Frank and Mike to our town council, and I know you want the best for Fairfax, but I have faith and hope that our town can get back to what all the peace signs and rainbows and loving messages promise. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name
You
is.
can lower and speak a little, lower the mic. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very good.
Hi, my name is Laura. I've raised my kids here. I've lived here for 40 years, and I love the town of Fairfax, though it's been very disheartening, and I'm almost in tears right now to see what's happened in this town. It breaks my heart. But I had to show up because I wanted to thank and applaud all of you for your courageous and your dedication to this town. And I'm proud of you all. And I thank you all. And it's just begun for you. It's just begun for you. You're going to go a long way, and you're going to benefit, Chance, a lot of people, because that's what's in your heart. And I applaud you and all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Is June going to speak for us tonight?
Okay.
Hello, Kurt. Hello, Kyle.
Can you say it? Can you say it? Say thank you, Chan.
Thank you, Chan.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Kurt. and Kyle. We're renters in San Anselmo and young parents and working family. Also members of Marin DSA, and we're really involved with the rent control campaign. And that campaign started before June was even born. Thanks for hissing my 2-year-old. Really great decorum. We started this campaign when June was not even born yet because we wanted to believe that the place we grew up could still be a place where working families like ours can make it and where our daughter could grow up. The election didn't turn out the way we wanted it that way. We're not going to give up. Marin should be somewhere for all working people. But we just want to express our profound gratitude to Chance. You've been a remarkably principled elected leader, like is so rare these days. You fought for what was right, regardless of the blowback, regardless of what came your way. You stood for your principles and your morals and for the common good, for the good of ordinary working people. And there's just nothing else we could ask for in an elected leader. So thank you so much. You want to say anything? And yeah, thank you. Lisa, thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have the youngest person in the room, younger than Veronica's son. Next speaker, please. Or are there, okay, one more speaker or a couple more speakers? Okay, go ahead, please.
I didn't realize that there was a proclamation for the outgoing town council members. And so I just wanted to, before knowing that, I just wanted to come and say thanks to Bruce for welcoming me onto the committee, the CEPC. And in my time on the CEPC, I got to know the work that Chance has done for us all.
You need to speak to us, please.
I can't speak to you.
No, you're supposed to be speaking to us.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I wanted it to be a little bit more.
They can
felt.
hear you.
Yeah, but they can't see my eyes.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, Mayor, thanks. Hey, Chance, I know what you've done for everybody here, from the funds for the new fire station, for the funds for the new emergency communication system. And, you know, those are complex undertakings that require needing to spend time and talk with people who don't often see eye to eye with you. And I appreciate everything that you've done, but more than that, like in this last election season, seeing you be calm and like not rise to the bait, because I couldn't do it. And so, yeah, I just want to say, a better man than me. It was nice to see it happen, and wish you good luck.
Thank you. Next
Thanks,
speaker,
Bruce.
please. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Again, I'd like to thank Sandra Adler-Killian for the work that she does and for bringing the reality of what people are going through in Gaza and now in Lebanon, and who knows where else Israel is bombing innocent people. It's funny, because people get up here and they go, oh yeah, there was all these lies going on and there's all this hatred. Well, if you had invited everyone to the table when you were talking about rent control and just cause eviction and not excluding people who owned rental units, we wouldn't have had all of that. So who caused that? People want to, oh, you're leaving, everything was great, oh, you're wonderful, some things you did are good. In my opinion, a lot of them were bad. And so, you want to have a love fest, be happy about it, go ahead. But that's not what I'm taking away from the actions of this council. I'm taking away hubris, hypocrisy, and harm. That's what I'm taking away.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Did we have another speaker? Okay.
Deb London, Fairfax, and I have to
somewhat agree with what Mark said. Sadly, this was your own making, the division in this town. Renee started that. For the next, that's okay. For the last 2 years, 5 people have held and wielded absolute power over and against thousands of Fairfax residents. Renee Goddard was the architect of this town's derision. Thousands of residents have borne the relentless brunt of exclusion and hate, quite unlike what someone else said. We had no power, nothing. Yes, the coffee roastery stepped up. We were invited to help. We had to step up. It was all we had. You had all the power. We had nothing except the coffee roastery, where we helped people mobilize and step up to provide a safe place to fight back. Again, was all we had. We repealed 2 extreme paralyzing rent control ordinances that caused thousands of important housing provider members of this community. They have, over the last 5 years, lived through blanket marginalization and debilitating financial hardship. The reason I say 5 years is because 3 years of COVID. They're shackled. They could do nothing. And then right on top of that, 2 years of paralyzing extreme rent control, where again, they could do nothing. So I sadly, I have to support what Mark Bell just said. It's a tragedy, and I hope this community can move forward and heal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Todd?
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I want to thank all of you for your good intentions. I want to particularly thank Bruce for being the one member of this town council that I know of, that I can recall, has ever apologized to the public. I'd like to invite all of the remainder here to find it in themselves to apologize for what they've put this town through. I find it highly ironic. That somebody who is doing exceptional work, putting her life at risk, is the honored citizen of the year tonight, where she is in a social economic war zone. I find it highly ironic that you would issue a peace proclamation when all of you have brought social and economic war and division to Fairfax. That is what the overwhelming vote of the public indicates, that they are dissatisfied with how you have been governing. And I'm sorry for all the people who love you guys. And I'm sorry for the good things that you have done, because the bad things that you have done clearly dissatisfied the voters so much that you no longer have the opportunity to serve as you wished and to be contributing members of the community. I wish you all the best going forward, and I hope the rest of the council members will learn from what has gone on and change their modus operandi going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you've already spoken. No, you get to speak once. We have quite a full house here. Not everybody has a seat. No, people have the right to speak, even if it's not something you want to hear. Are there any more speakers in the room? I'd like to go to Zoom soon so we can, I see none. Let's go to Zoom, please.
There are 7 speakers with raised hands, 8, 9. Roe is the first speaker, followed by Richard. Roe, you are unmuted.
Okay, folks, could you be quiet in the room? Thank you. Next speaker, Roe.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome. Good evening, council members and community members. My name is Romario Conrado, and I am a current resident of Fairfax. Tonight, I wanted to express my profound gratitude for Councilmember Chance Catrano's service and leadership during his time on the Fairfax Town Council. Councilmember Catrano, your contributions have been nothing short of extraordinary. You have demonstrated what it means to lead with integrity, empathy, and vision. Your unwavering commitment to housing justice, environmental preservation, and community well-being has been left an indelible mark on Fairfax. For your work on the wall property acquisition to strengthening emergency response systems, your efforts have consistently shown a thoughtful balance between addressing community needs and planning for the future. As someone who runs in Fairfax, I have personally felt the impact of your leadership. You have been a steadfast advocate for working class families and renters, ensuring that our voices are heard and our struggles are recognized. Your ability to connect with residents, be it listening deeply or acting with purpose, that has set a high standard for public officials, is truly what Fairfax should look like. While your time on the council has come to close, your legacy will continue to inspire. Your example serves as a critical reminder of the importance of aligning words with actions.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Richard, followed by Chad. Richard, you are unmuted.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Richard Applebaum, 61 Woodland. I wanted to congratulate and thank all the recipients of the various proclamations tonight for their service and their hard work and effort. I want to give a particular shout out to Chance, who has already gotten some wonderful comments from Renee and Naomi and Ronnie and Veronica and Chris Morales, and all of those were the right words. I just want to add a couple more. I really appreciate Chance's values. There's been a long list of his resume of how many things he engaged in and how many things he was involved in, and the actual levels of competence, and about his character and how he comports himself. But I really appreciate his values, and I think that something that's not mentioned, but I think is actually relevant, is that it was very inspiring to me to see someone at his age. He was voted in at age 27. He's now, I believe, 31. And I thought it was very important for a town like ours that has a much older population to have someone who was had a perspective that came from another stage of life. And despite the acrimonious voices that have their personal issues and they've gotten their way in the vote, they could actually stand down tonight for once and show a little courtesy. But I really appreciate you, Chance. And as everyone else has said, we know there's bigger things ahead for you. And thank you so much for your contribution. It's a tremendous loss to not have you out on the council any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Chad, followed by Barbara. Chad, you are unmuted.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. Chad Plummer, homeowner in Fairfax. I want to thank Chance, Bruce, and all of the council for their service. I think the last 2 years have been extremely difficult and acrimonious. I thought it was a great word from the last speaker over the last 2 years. I do not believe that the electorate here is powerless. They clearly spoke in this last election, but the cruelty and I don't know what the word, vitriol in the meetings over the last several years have been almost crippling to the process of governing this town. And I really applaud the patience that you all showed in the process. I hope the remaining council members, continue to stand up for what they believe in, and I work in good faith with this incoming 2 new council members. We're all watching. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Barbara, followed by Susan. Barbara, you are unmuted.
You may need to unmute yourself. Let's go on to the next speaker and then go back to her.
The next speaker is Susan, followed by PJ. Susan, you are unmuted.
Hello, this is Susan, and I've sat through several years of our council meetings, and I applaud all of you for sticking to it and showing up and listening to people and working in good faith. I learned a little bit about Bruce's work tonight, and I applaud you for the years that you've put in. And really appreciate that. And I also want to thank Chance for his good intentions and his calmness and his belief in housing equity and in our town. So again, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Let's go back to Barbara quickly and see if she can unmute herself.
Okay, Barbara, you're unmuted.
Okay, let's move on to PJ, please.
PJ, you're unmuted.
Hey, thanks. Is this working now?
Yes, thank you.
Right, thanks. I'm sorry. I wish I was there in person. I've been tied up. While, I'd like to spend time speaking about Chance and Bruce's efforts on the council. Obviously, the most significant portion, I think, of it is dealing with the chaos that's developed by the reactionaries in the town. I was sickened to hear that people were booing a 2-year-old, and then it was one-upped when I heard Todd compare the situation in Fairfax of milquetoast regulation of a business to the situation in Gaza. But I think what's the most important thing to spend time on is honoring Sandy and her efforts. And in that vein, I wanted to read a bit published by other healthcare workers in the Lancet this past November. The ongoing Israeli military assault on Gaza has led to an alarming humanitarian catastrophe whereby the onset of famine is coupled with a deterioration of maternal health services, severely impacting the well-being of pregnant women and children. The near total collapse of the healthcare infrastructure, coupled with the lack of access to essential medical services, has resulted in a tragic surge of preventable maternal and neonatal deaths. As advocates in the medical sector, it is our duty to bring attention to these harrowing cases and call for the immediate international intervention. Our teams are comprising international physicians working in tandem with local Palestinian healthcare workers, have witnessed firsthand the collapse of Gaza's healthcare infrastructure during medical missions. People are being left to navigate an impossible situation. The once celebratory event of childbirth has now become a matter of survival. Prenatal care is virtually non-existent in Gaza. The rise in premature labor is staggering. Please
Thank you,
read
PJ. I'm
the
going to have to cut
Lancet,
you
November
off.
2nd. Thank you.
PJ, we're going to have to cut you off. We're trying to get through a lot of folks.
We're going to try Barbara again.
Okay.
Barbara, you're unmuted.
I think we're done with Barbara for now.
The next speaker is Joe, followed by Norm. Joe, you're unmuted.
Thank you. My apologies. I'm driving right now, but I wanted to call in and thank council members Ackerman and Catrano for their service, and Bruce. I still remember when you knocked on my door. I think it was 2016, and I was kind of blown away by that effort. And then not only being there, but the time you spent talking to me, just about what I thought about Fairfax at that moment always left an impression. And then secondly, as mentioned, watching you myself as a white male, watching you on the Res J as a white male, and who I think at that moment in time seemed was in a little over your head, but also who just, yeah, really, really stepped back and did a lot of listening and really centered the voices of people of color on that committee. And it was important for all of us white males to see you do that and go through that. So thank you. And Chance, yeah, just such a pleasure watching you from everything you've done for this town. You know, mention the garbage pickups and just how you stood by and the larger projects that you've got done that definitely don't get enough credit, but are so vital to infrastructure issues here. But watching you stand by your principles and stand with us, the working class renters here in Fairfax, and do it with such grace was another great model. I just came from a youth soccer game, and while I was there, I've also always been impressed about how you interact with the youth and what a great example you are for them. So thank you very much. And Sandy, oh my goodness, thank you. And thank you for giving a platform for what Sandy had to say tonight, which
Thank you,
nobody
Brad.
else in Marin has.
Next speaker, please. The next speaker is Joe. Excuse me. The next
went
speaker is Norm, followed by Maria. Norm, you're unmuted.
Hi, good evening. My name is Norm Anderson. I'd like to voice my concern about the crosswalk that crosses Sir Francis Drake.
That was open time and you missed that opportunity. So we are now on, we did several proclamations, so we'll have to move on. Maybe at the next meeting you can bring this up. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thanks a lot. Well then, just let me say thanks to Chance and don't give up the ship. Thanks, Chance.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Maria. You are unmuted.
Hey, everybody. I'm Mireya Query, longtime resident of Fairfax. I want to thank this council, this group of you, 5. I deeply have appreciated coming to you, honestly, or listening to the way that you all handle all of the concerns that are brought to you. I will miss you, especially for the groundedness that you each bring as you discuss what's best for our town, not out of selfish self-interests, but truly desiring what's best. I applaud your Chance. Bruce, I've really appreciated our conversations. We've talked a couple of times. Chance, I especially applaud your extraordinary commitment to social justice, to equity, to environmental concerns that I care about. You have an ear to the pulse of truth. Just because this council is changing doesn't mean that the people who believe in you, who believe in what you brought, in what you all 5 brought to our town, and what Renee brought. We are not invisible. We haven't gone anywhere. Our voices are here. We live here. Our children live here. And we will continue to be heard. And you have allowed us to be heard. We are definitely a part of this town. No matter how divided it feels right now, I believe in us. I believe that the coming council will hear us too and will realize that no matter where we go, time to time, vote to vote, we are here. Our voices are here and must be heard. Thank you, Chance.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bringing it back. I want to take a quick prerogative to thank Bruce and Chance. To my friends and colleagues, Bruce and Chance, I bid you a fond adieu. And of course, I'm going to start crying. I am sad, but know your futures are bright. I've served with Bruce on the council for 7+ years. Bruce is kind, patient, and generous, gracious. without a mean bone in his body. His commitment to volunteerism for our town is unparalleled. Serving on our General Plan Advisory Committee and later on its Implementation Committee, and then as chair of our Climate Action Committee before his stint on the council. I was lucky to serve as the liaison to that committee for those 3 years. I learned a lot from Bruce during that time. I am sure there is much more of his volunteer work for Fairfax that goes beyond my knowledge. Since he's been on the council since 2017, he's worked on a resiliency hub for our pavilion and has been steadfast in his commitment to taking action on climate change. When the election campaign started, Bruce said something to me about, I'm not sure that I will win, but I want to walk through entire Fairfax so I can meet people again and fall in love with Fairfax. Bruce's contributions and commitment to our town have been significant and meaningful. Chance has been another hardy volunteer for our town since he first arrived in Fairfax. First as a member of the Fairfax Open Space Committee, where I got to know him, as I was the liaison for that committee for some time. He quickly also joined the volunteer board, serving ably on both. He worked closely with Renee during COVID, setting up the mono lot every day, and so much more. With David Smadbeck. On the council, I've had the opportunity to work with Chance on several important items over the last couple of years. We comprise the 2 council member subcommittee to acquire the wall property for open space, and yes, we finally got it, to develop our approved housing element and other key projects for the council. We've worked extraordinarily well together on all. We collaborate well, even if we don't always agree. We both seek reasonable solutions to knotty issues. Chance is smart and hardworking. I sincerely appreciate our partnership over the last few years. To Bruce and Chance, I know you will go on to bigger and better things. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. You will both be missed on this council. Thank you. So, okay, but you read a proclamation. All right. Okay, go ahead. Well, why don't you go first?
Thank you. First, Bruce, I first got to know your style of leadership on the Climate Action Committee when we served together, and I just was so blown away with all your knowledge. And I really didn't know anything and learned so much from my exposure to you, and just have so much respect for your lifelong commitment to climate action. And thank you for all the dignity and grace and how you show up here on the dais and for the town. And I will remember fondly bumping into you recently as you were walking door to door, because it was joy that you exhibited. You were enjoying yourself, and I know you love this town, and this town loves you back. And we're so grateful for your service. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very nice.
I have words and a little something for Chance, and it's brief because I don't want to gush too much. So Chance, it's been an incredible privilege to work alongside you on so many meaningful efforts. In my 30 years as a working professional, I've unfortunately seen how misogynistic systems and toxic masculinity can be pervasive in our culture. And yet working with you has been a rare and extraordinary gift for which I'm deeply grateful. You embody the kind of leadership we need right now: strong, authentic, compassionate, collaborative, rooted in integrity. I have no doubt that everything ahead is unfolding for your highest good. Your many gifts as a leader will continue to shine, and I know you will choose a path of deep and meaningful contribution. And I'll be here for it, cheering you every step of the way. You are so deserving of peace and joy, and that is my wish for you now and always, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. Vice Mayor Blash?
Okay, I'll try to keep it brief. Chance, your skills and knowledge on this council will be irreplaceable. You have made so many beneficial connections for Fairfax across the county and beyond, and you're well respected across the county and amongst many other state bodies. You were really instrumental, as we know, in procuring the Wawa property and in connecting Fairfax to transportation funding opportunities that have been vital for us. I've especially appreciated your courageous leadership around the issue of affordable housing here in Fairfax. I'm glad that you will have more time to focus on your enormously important environmental work. I know that in this, you're a local, state, and national leader, and I have no doubt you have an amazing career ahead of you. I've just been really deeply honored to work with you. And I think when I first met you, you were doing things like making masks by hand for local residents during COVID and delivering groceries. And I'm also going to just mention something that hasn't been mentioned. You worked with and listened to local residents and started to reinvigorate, a celebration of Veterans Day by getting the banners and also helping to reinvigorate the Veterans sort of fountain that we have in Perry Park. So I think those things should be recognized. And as I said, I think some other people have said, I'm also just really feel that there's such a need for the voice of a younger generation in this town. And you have inspired people who maybe hadn't thought of being involved in local politics to really get engaged. And that is vital. And it's something that I haven't seen in the as much of as in the years that I have watched town council meetings. It's about 12 or 13 of them. So thank you for that. And Bruce, I just want to mention, I think people did, that you have given so much to this town. You have volunteered for years and years and years. And I'm not going to name all of the different things, but it was a lot. I think I first met you when you're on the planning commission. I was really impressed by your intelligence and your patience. As I think Wendy said, you don't make a big fuss. You just get out there and get the work done with grace and kindness. It's always amazed me how you've been able to reach out to constituents, always willing to talk and entertain different perspectives with warmth and compassion. I really miss the quiet wisdom that you bring to this council, and I'm sad to see you go, but glad that you can dedicate more time to your daughter's farm, midwifery data, climate action, and other endeavors that further the greater good. And I've especially enjoyed our many thoughtful conversations about the issue of renter protections and how best to balance the different voices of different constituents. So thank you so much.
And I guess Bruce and Chance, did you all want to make any comments? You don't need to. Bruce, go ahead.
Well, I'll keep it extremely brief and just say it's been a difficult election, and long before that, it's tough sitting in this position. But I would say that I would encourage people, especially younger people, who can give this a shot and try to figure out how to balance things. It's an honor to work here. It's an incredible honor to work with all of my fellow council members and those that I've worked with before this council. It's been an amazing honor to work with our staff, and I really want to thank, honor, and support our entire staff. We really do have an amazing staff. We've some of that has been people who have come along during this tenure, and I think we're in a good position now to move forward with this incredible staff and with a balanced budget and with total transparency about our budget. I'm sorry that isn't clear, but it's all right there. And I've been fortunate in the time that I've been on council that we haven't had any major budgetary problems. We haven't had staff meltdowns. We haven't had the kind of crises that sometimes occur in government. So I hope that we can continue that, and I want to wish my best to the council that's now going to be seated, the three of you who will continue to work, and the two new people who are going to come on and try to work with this. And I was hoping, and I am hoping, to continue to fall in love with Fairfax. I had incredible conversations with hundreds of people while walking, as I did in 2017. Wasn't able to do that in 2020 because of COVID. 2017 had to wear a mask because the sky was black. This year was relatively easy that way. But it's always seemed that Fairfax has somehow learned that political activity means opposition. And I just like to put out the idea that political activity can mean collaboration and creativity and working together to try to figure out solutions to problems. It's a changing world. It's a difficult world. We've got stuff facing us that we haven't even begun to deal with. And we need to work together. That's the only way we're going to get through this. So let's please try to do that in this town.
Thank you, Bruce. I see that finger up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council and members of the community. It's really awesome to be here with you tonight. Yeah, I guess I would first say as a council member, it's incredible to have the opportunity to work with a team of people that oftentimes you don't really know until you get elected, and then you see over the course of time how everybody works together and it becomes this sort of family in a way, even though we often don't all get to talk with each other in between meetings, but it's a fascinating thing that we do in local government. So I'm grateful for having that opportunity. And then the irony of a sort of rancor and discourse around government in Fairfax, and it's well known that Fairfax within the North Bay is probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest community to be a public servant or to be an elected official. It is like real deal here in Fairfax. And that's that old school politics. I don't know if it stems from this being the site of the last political duel in the state of California or something like that, but we definitely carry that spirit with us to this day. And at the same time, it's incredible that we have seriously some of the best staff in the North Bay, if not in the Bay Area, working in Fairfax. It's truly incredible, like being on all these regional agencies and stuff like that. You see how different communities operate, and the heart and the skill and the endurance of our staff here in town. Seriously, if you hear about people asking about town clerks, it was Michelle Gardner, it's Christine Foster. You hear about town managers. I mean, Heather's running the Marin Managers Association. Lauren Umbertis, our Director of Public Works, is running the regional public works directors group. You talk to anybody from, homelessness and community services to public safety, and Chief Rico Tabaranza's name, people cannot say that there's a better police chief in Marin. I mean, you hear this time and time again about our folks. And the same is true for Chief Dan Mahoney with the Ross Valley Fire Department. And we just have an embarrassment of riches. And so as a council member and as a person who is thrust into this opportunity, it's really inspiring for me as a young person to get to witness the greatness and be able to work alongside really talented folks on the staff, but also that you all happen to elect to serve the community. I'll say as a citizen and as a neighbor, it is just such an immense privilege to have been able to do this thing and to see what this is. And I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I mean, in its hardest, darkest moments, to grabbing coffee with a new person in town that I've never met before and just hearing their life story and what they care about and how I can help them as their representative. It is so cool. It is seriously amazing. And in ancient Greece, they used to pull names out of a hat, essentially, and that's how they would govern collectively. And we don't do that kind of thing that much anymore, but I think everybody in this room and everybody watching this should really consider the opportunity before them. It's something that's unique, I think, to us in the United States and in local government, to be able to step into this role, raise your hand, see if the community wants you to serve, meet your neighbors, go fall in love with the community over and over again, and then possibly get to sit on this side. And then at the end of the day, or at the end of your term, you get to get up and go back to that side. It's pretty sweet. I'm really excited to be an active resident here in town and see how the rest of this council fares. And I'm so excited for Mike Gierangelli and Frank Egger to step onto the council and bring their wisdom and specialties. It's not lost on me too that I'm not the first person in Fairfax to run for council at 26 and be a bread delivery boy and award-winning environmentalist. Frank Egger is right there with me, and if Frank, it's any indication of my future, I'm excited to know that in decades to come, there's an opportunity for me to get back on council and serve as well, to sort of fulfill that legacy and that story arc for myself that's so aligned with yours. And yeah, I'm very grateful. Look forward to seeing what's to come for this community. A lot of work to be done with you all side by side. Thank you. Love you all so much.
So, thank you. Normally, I would say we should take the break now, but I would like to take up item 2 because the old council needs to vote on item 2, and then we'll take the break so that our soon-to-be former council members can hang out for cookies and treats. But let's do item 2 first. So appreciate everybody's patience. I know there's not enough seats for everybody, and I apologize for that. So who is doing item 2, which is adopt a resolution reciting the fact of the general election held on November 5th, 2024, declaring the result and such other matters as provided by law. Is this Christine Foster? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to present the certification of the November 5th, 2024 general election. As required by state law, the adoption of this resolution formalizes the declaration of those results. This election was held to fill 3 council seats and to vote on 3 ballot measures. The Marin County Register of Voters officially certified the election results yesterday, so a supplement has been provided in the packet with their certified results. Finally, I would like to note that as stipulated by law, once the election results are certified, the terms of those council members who were not reelected will be free to step down from the dais following the vote on this item. And with that, I'll hand it back to you.
All right. Any questions for staff? Seeing none. So we can take public comment on this item. I would ask that unless folks are really have a burning urge to do so, we're hoping to move on to a little break, but please go ahead. So we'll start public comment on this item.
Thank you, Council. I would like to thank Frank Egger and Michael Gierangelli for stepping back in during a very acrimonious time to want to help our community. And I think it shows a great character and love of our town for them to say like, okay, come on, you guys, let's make something better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I see Todd getting up.
I'd like to thank everybody who put out effort to run. And I'd like to draw the public's attention, those who are not so involved in Fairfax, that this was an overwhelming mandate from the voting public for Frank Ager with more than 1,000 votes above any incumbent that ran for office, 1,000 more plus votes. And Mike Girangelli, who got more than 600 votes to the closest incumbent. All three ballot measures that this town council advocated for and against lost. This town council has not represented these people in this election is an overwhelming, clear message to pay attention to what people say at these meetings and quit disregarding us. Vice Mayor Blash told us that she doesn't think that the people here at these meetings or writing in represent the rest of what the people in Fairfax think. Well, think again, because the people have voted, and I hope you got the message loud and clear, and I hope you make Frank Ager our mayor because he's got 40 years
you.
worth of experience.
Thank you.
Thank
Todd.
you.
Okay. So I'm hoping that we don't have many public comments because it's already 8:30. Go ahead. You need to turn the mic on, please. Just press the button.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lisa Cirabella, a homeowner, property taxpayer. I just wanted to comment on what I just heard. I voted for Mike Girangelli and Frank for one reason only, and that is because I believed that passing some of the rent control laws was overreach without getting public buy-in and public to vote on those matters. And I was afraid that that overreach would drive the residents of Fairfax to be further right and further conservative in their thinking and in their views and in their politics. So that's why I voted for Mike and Frank. And I want to share that because overreach and passing things like rent control without getting the buy-in and getting people to vote on the issue can make them alienate them further right and further conservative. And that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I just want to make Deb London, Fairfax. I just want to make a suggestion that we not take a break and we get the swearing in done because there's a lot of people probably here who would like to leave.
We're taking a break. So
Taking a
you.
break.
Thank you, Deb.
Again, yeah.
All right. Go ahead. Next speaker, please. I see none in the room. Are there any on Zoom on this item?
There are 5 raised hands on Zoom. The first speaker is Ro, followed by Deb. Ro, you are unmuted.
Excuse me, folks. Could you please quiet down in the room? Ro, could you unmute yourself? Let's move on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Deb, followed by PJ. Deb, you are unmuted.
Hello, Deborah Benson Cascades. I had to leave. I was down there, wanted to stay for Frank and Mike's swearing in, but I had to leave. And to say, I hope there aren't too many comments after you all gave unlimited, an hour and 15 minutes time, patting each other on the backs, I think is not a good indication of your willingness to see the light, work together, listen to the people, and change so that we can move forward in this town. So I sincerely hope that those of you who are incumbent left on the dais will consider that and attempt to work together with Mike and Frank coming in and listen to the people. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is PJ, followed by Hillary. PJ, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I just want to express my hope that someday in America, not happened yet, there will be an actual representative democracy. We're all familiar with things like money and politics. Access to voting has been a hurdle, for my family specifically, and many, many other people throughout the history of this nation. Participation, obviously, historically, in America is horrible compared to other developed countries. We had an undervote problem in California and in here. And I just am baffled by the claims of a popular mandate. When you look at the total possible votes, the highest vote getter got less than 18% of the total possible votes from ballots that were submitted. That means people are undervoting, submitting ballots just for president and not other things. Don't want to waste everyone's time on this, but just, there should be some skepticism and a critical lens still, no matter who you vote for and what your politics are, on the actual function of democracy in this country, or lack thereof.
Thank you, PJ. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Hillary, followed by Chad. Hillary, you are unmuted. Oh, nope. Hillary put her hand down. Chad, you're up. You are unmuted.
Hi, thanks. I'd like to dispute the idea that Measure J was unpopular. It got well over a majority of the votes and just fell short of a 2/3. So I do not think that everything that this council has tried to do has been unpopular. And I would hope that they would, find some way that we can address the infrastructure that is crumbling in this town. Thank you.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bringing it back. I would entertain a motion, please, to adopt the attached resolution.
I'm happy to make that motion.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, well, I'm just going to read it. Adopt the attached resolution to formally recognize the results of the November 5th, 2024 general election, including outcomes for town council seats and ballot measures H, I, and J as required by state law. So that was Councilmember Cutrano, and I'm not sure I heard.
This is from Vice Mayor Blash.
Vice Mayor Blash was second. Could you take a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay, with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break, not a long break, and some of us, so grab a cookie if are the cookies out, and there is coffee and folks needing to use the restrooms. Go ahead. Thank you. So I would ask everyone to take your seats, please, and quiet down. Appreciate that. If folks could quiet down and take your seats, that would be great. And since we have a couple of new folks joining us, there'll be 2 seats open, but they were both standing. So with that, we will move on to item 5. I'm sorry, I can't read. I don't have glasses on.
Item 3.
Item 3, and that is administer the oath of office to elected public officers.
Yes, and again, this is required by state law that officers be sworn in before they begin their terms. And the elected officials that will be taking their oaths tonight are Mayor Barbara Kohler, Frank Anker, and Mike Girangelli. So if I could have the 3 of you join me on the floor, we will recite your oaths of office before taking the dais.
This way or this way?
Stand in a line. Yeah, there you go. Is this working? Can you hear me? So
the oath, as you are familiar with, I will say I and then state your name. You're going to recite the oath in unison. So here we go. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you. You may take your seats on the dais. Congratulations.
So do we take public comment on this item?
So with that, yeah, I would recommend we open public comment.
So this is
On the
just
item.
on the oath of office. It's not the reorganization of the council. That's the next item. Okay, so is there any public comment on what just happened, the administration of the oath of office? Well, we just said it. We just said it, so we're not repeating it.
The mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
The item that we're opening up to public comment right now is the newly elected officials who just took their oath of office, which is required by state law before they may take their seat at the dais.
So we just did that. So is there any public comment just on that?
Hi, Todd Greenberg. That oath of office is an oath, which you're duty bound. Now, I'm not sure if there's a penalty for not adhering to that oath of office, or whether the remedy is, as our town attorney has previously indicated about somebody who wasn't fulfilling their oath, if the only remedy is at the ballot box. But I want you to think about whether you've been fulfilling your oath of office previously in good faith. Because there's a resident that has reported that one of the people who just assumed the oath of office has a bad attitude about the residents. And I'm not going to use the expletive that that person is quoted as saying, but I question whether that person is really fit to be our council member. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. You need to press the button, Valerie, please. Thank you.
Valerie Hood, and I just want to congratulate Mike and Frank for running a wonderful election. I mean, I really have to hand it to you guys in the face of what we've been looking at in our town for way too long. And thank God it's going to change.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Deb London, I want to mirror what Val said. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Mike. I think I speak for many, many, well, several thousand people when I say that we're all really looking forward to a new step forward, a new path, possibly, maybe even some healing. Thank you. Glad you're here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I just want to say congratulations. And also, I really hope people try to work together and hear all the voices, the most liberal, the most moderate, the most conservative, and incorporate all of them. I talk to people who think differently than me because I want them to persuade me farther right. I want to talk to people that are much more conservative than me because I want to persuade them farther left. I'm okay with that. You can laugh all you want, but I'm okay with that because some issues I may vote conservatively and other issues I may vote liberally. So I hope everybody's willing to work together because today I got kicked out of an establishment for talking to a homeless person. I was kicked out of an establishment in Fairfax for talking to a homeless person. That's pathetic. I want us to help homeless people. I'm a landlord. I own 2 buildings in New York City. I make a good, solid living. I haven't worked since I was 37. I'm now 57. And I want to help homeless people. And I want this council to work together to help homeless people with me. You're looking at the time. I want this council, I'm going to keep talking because I've got more time. I want this council to work with me on every liberal issue that exists in this town, including homeless people, including people that can't afford the rent, including people that are facing eviction. Every liberal issue that I care about, I want all the conservative voices on this council and all the liberal voices on this council and all the moderate voices on this council to work together to make those issues better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
2 things to please consider. Remember, the best opinion is not your opinion or my opinion or the audience's opinion, but it's somewhere in between. And so if we take the opportunity to listen to everybody's opinion, we'll come to a better place. And with that, as I know a couple people have heard, Michael and Frank, the council's job, plain and simple, is to represent the majority of their constituents' voice while protecting the minority's voice. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Seeing no more speakers in the room, are there speakers on Zoom?
There is one raised hand on Zoom. Ro, you are unmuted.
Okay, I think Rose seems to be having some technical difficulties. I see another speaker in the room. Come up.
Congratulations, Mike and Frank. Thank you all for serving the community. Going forward, I hope you can heal together and stick to local issues. I really don't believe this council has the intelligence or the mandate to solve the world's problems, but certainly do to solve local Fairfax problems. Good luck.
Thank you. Let's go back to Zoom, please, and try Ro once more.
Ro, you are unmuted.
Okay, let's move on.
There is one more speaker
Okay.
on Zoom. E. Bush, you are unmuted.
Chief
Hi.
Pogranza, could you shut that off? Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting.
I would just like to congratulate Mike and Frank, and I urge this town council, this new town council, to have citizen oversight committees and include us all in the conversation. And that's all I wanted to say, but congratulations, Mike and Frank. It's a new day.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, we're moving on. Okay, we don't need a motion. We've already done that. Okay, let's move on to,
I make a motion to nominate Frank Egger to be our next mayor.
Okay, okay, please sit down. We need a staff report. We need public comment before we do motions. And Madam Clerk, could you do the staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor. The council reorganization happens every year in December. The council, it's at the council's discretion to select a new mayor and vice mayor for the new term, the new year. The town council has a tradition of selecting the vice mayor to serve as mayor and another council member who has served at least 1 year or whomever the most time has passed since last serving as vice mayor to fill the vice mayor position. But again, the council has complete discretion for the selection of these two positions. So with that, I would recommend taking public comment on the item before moving to
Could
deliberation.
you just finish the staff report? I don't think you finished it, talking about the current vice mayor is Vice Mayor Blash, and then the person who served that would, could you read the part about the vice mayor?
Following the tradition of the council, the next mayor would be Vice Mayor Blash, and the next vice mayor would be Stephanie Hellman, based on the structure that the town council has traditionally followed.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll open it up to public comment.
Hi, good evening. It's not actually the tradition of the council to do that.
Doug, you haven't served on this council. Other councils may work
I'm
differently.
sorry, it's my turn to speak.
Go ahead.
Not your turn. Okay. And that's why I'm going to suggest that Frank Eggert, who has the experience to be mayor, take the seat, because he allows the public to talk. He understands the concept of open time. So Frank Eggert served on this town council, I think first in 64, or was it 66? 66. But in all those times, both Frank and Mike Garanghelli were not always allowed their turn as mayor. So it's not the tradition of this council. That's a fact, not your opinion. I'm telling you the facts. So anyway, I'm asking you to do the right thing. And Lisa, I'd ask you to step aside, and I think you should nominate Frank Eggert as our next mayor. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I also was going to comment that in the past, when I have been sitting here, David Weinzoff was also overlooked at one of these nominations. So there's always exceptions. And we've had an opportunity for our community to come out and speak. And if you look at the number of votes that Frank received, that should almost be the nomination for the mayor. I would appreciate if this town would consider for once listening to their community. And I'm sorry, Liesel, but really we have more experience. We have somebody that represents the voice of the community. And I think that's the direction should go forward. I also want to say that the fear that I believe you have, Barbara and Liesel and Stephanie, is from the ordinance that you're going to be speaking about later tonight to try to control this majority, to exclude people and tamper down their voices. And this is what's causing further up and unrest of our community. So please accept Michael Garanghelli's nomination, install Frank as our mayor, and for once be magnanimous and gracious to your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Liesel, if I could just get your attention, I'm really grateful for your attempt at helping on the subcommittee of homelessness. That's a gracious attempt at doing that work. And I know you're going to get a lot of pressure from speakers to step aside because they want it. But I would ask you that if you truly want to be the best public servant for this town, that you do it voluntarily, not because someone asked you to, but because it's right. This town really wants Frank Eggert to become the next mayor. It's time for change. Please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I've come to a lot of meetings over the decades I've lived here. I've never seen any town council get repudiated at the polls like like this town council and the town staff. The people have spoken. They don't like what you've done for the last 4+ years. You've wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions. You've made bad choices. You've shut people out. You passed draconian laws without consulting people. And then you continue to do it by not even including the gas stations when you want to cut their economic leash on their gas stations. This rush to electrification needs to be slowed down, and you can talk to any environmentalist who knows something who will probably agree with that. Frank and Mike won by a mandate. Measure H went down, a further attempt at control freak from the town manager to control everything, went down in flames. The road bond went down, and hopefully I had something to do with it. And Measure I speaks for itself. 65% saw the overreach and the way you cut a massive percentage of our population down without consulting them, without even inviting them to the table. And people up there agreed with that. You agreed with the policies to try to hamstring Mike and Frank with changing the laws of how meetings are run. You don't represent any type of democracy for Fairfax. Frank for mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
When I first moved to Fairfax 13 years ago, there were bumper stickers for Frank Egger still on a lot of people's cars. And it always, I always wondered why the stickers weren't available at Revolution 9. And then I found out that he was an actual guy and that he did stuff here in Fairfax. Said all that because I hope that going forward, if Barbara and Lizelle stay in the position of mayor and vice mayor, that it would continue to propel the community to organize and act, because it's something that I feel like we need more of here in Fairfax. We need more Sean F's doing the hard work of rolling up their sleeves, and we need more people to really take it upon themselves. And if that means that people are angry and organizing because you guys are staying up there, that's all right. But I'm also looking forward to what Frank and Mike can bring for us, because it's a new day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Liliana again. I'd just like to say I actually disagree with what everyone was saying who just said they should vote for Frank Egger. I did not vote for either of you, but I want to thank you for participating and being a new member of the town council. I think we should follow protocol and just go the route of the vice mayor and then Hellman as being the new vice mayor. So that's my vote. Obviously, there are a lot of people who are not here today, but that's my vote. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mallory Fairfax. I've had really enough of the sitting council. I would like not only to have Frank as the mayor, but Mike as the vice mayor. And I think that's a really good change for us, because we've been doing the same old frustrating thing with this council that doesn't listen, that seems more like an oligarchy than a council. And you have not listened to us, and you've given reasons like, well, there are not people here. And, you know, if the people don't show up, they're not caring as much. We show up, we fight for some freedom here. We don't get respected, and we've hardly gotten listened to. And by the way, Barbara, at the end of the two minutes, you can go let people finish a sentence rather than cut them off in mid-sentence. That's what I would appreciate. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. I'd like to welcome our 2 new council members. Thank you so much for running and for being here. I'm Naomi, and I don't see any reason to veer from the course that is normal for the council. I want to remind the council and the town that Lisa Blash and Stephanie Hellman were not up for re-election in the last election. They were voted in fair and square in the previous election and have every right to participate in the full experience of being on the council. Lisa Blash is an incredibly intelligent, wonderful member of our community and has been an incredible member of the council. She would make a wonderful mayor. I look forward to that. Stephanie Hellman has proven herself for years on this council, and she would make an excellent vice mayor. So I hope we can just follow the standard path and not uproot everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lincoln Bell, Fairfax resident. I would like to ask for Frank to be the mayor and Mike to be the vice mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Deb London. But what we need is uprooting. This isn't working. These guys have 5,000 votes without factoring in any other possibilities like Doug Kelly and Cindy Swift. For the last 2 years, thousands of Fairfax constituents and residents have been stonewalled over and over and over again at every opportunity by this previous town council. And I worry about what it will say if once again, out of sheer spite, or I don't know what it is, you decide to stay with this entrenched system that you have. I think Fairfax residents are looking for a profound and meaningful change. This is an important crossroads in this town, an incredible opportunity for all of you who are remaining from the last guard to step up, to break out, to reach out and say, yes, I'm ready to take a step towards listening to our constituents. I'm ready to take that step toward healing this extreme derision that has been entrenched itself in our community. Lisa, I would like you, like Sean said, please to step down and let Frank be the mayor and Mike be the vice mayor. We need change. People want to see it. Be one of you, one of the 3 of you, please be the one to extend. Forget the olive branch. We need an olive tree extended. I mean, what better way, what better reason to break from protocol than to respond to the overwhelming election in the will of thousands of Fairfax residents? Thank you. Frank for mayor, Mike for vice mayor.
Next speaker, please.
Pamela Meggs, 310 Cypress Drive, Fairfax, since 1987. I have seen the worst part of Fairfax in the last few years. I've seen a lot. I've seen Michael and Frank. You were on opposite sides of the dice. I believe you were over there. And really hard times where, it's like, well, how are you doing, Pam? And it's all bad talk about this town. I'm sick of it. My grandson lives with me now, and I'm really sick of it. And there's certain people that won't even look at each other. They won't even talk to each other. My God, think about a freaking disaster. So come on, Liesl. I'm asking you, please. I want a leader who has the most votes. There's no policy. There's no written policy. You can move it and do whatever you want. But I really want you all to think about what is best for the town, not what's best for the 3 that are left, what's best for the whole town. Think about that a minute. And also think about trust. There's no trust. It's going to take time and energy. These guys have trust. That's why they got so many votes. Do the right thing, Lisa.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Ms. Hellman has previously called for facts. She wants facts. So let's look at the facts. And I'm going to report an error, a factual error in the staff report for agenda item 4 tonight. The second to last sentence says, Council Member Hellman is the council member for whom the greatest amount of time has passed since last serving as mayor and has also served at least 1 year on the council. As I indicated previously, Frank Ager was last mayor 20 years ago. So he is the council member that has had the greatest amount of time since he was last mayor. Frank Ager has 40 years of experience on council. I ask you to yield to somebody who has previously unified Fairfax and is the clear choice, overwhelming choice of the voters of Fairfax who you have chosen for the past 3 years to ignore. Liesl Blash has chosen to ignore and publicly stated that she didn't think that people writing in or taking their time, their lives to come speak represented the voters. Well, now the voters have voted. Please heed that message. Stephanie Hellman should not be in line to be mayor ever again because she doesn't think that 90% of the majority of Fairfax should be able to vote on things. I ask you to admit when you have wronged the people and admit your errors and we will forgive you. Please make Frank Ager your mayor and unify Fairfax. Thank you.
Next speaker. Next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Roger Marston, Fairfax resident, and I voted for Frank and Mike, but I'm not feeling great about the part of the constituency that I relate to. This whole scene feels very high school. Every time there's just something positive said about our people, there's
Can you
these
speak quiet? Let him speak.
big applauses, and when the group that we don't support says something that's not on point, we're just jumping all over them. And, this demanding of who's the mayor. First of all, I don't know why I should give a crap about who's mayor. The only thing I've observed is that the mayor facilitates the meetings. There may be a lot more to it. I don't know, but I'm not sure. I mean, this is just becoming a point of contention. It's just a power dynamic unfolding here about who the mayor should be. I'm not sure if there's other elements of the governance that who the mayor is matters so much. Okay, and the way that the constituency that I relate to is demanding is just it's just feeding the polarization, and it's not allowing for us to move forward in a positive, collaborative way. I mean, there was going to be a point where Mike was going to propose Frank, and then there would be a discussion, whatever, and maybe the other council members would see what a lot of us have put forward, and maybe it would have happened. But the attitude that we've put forward is creating more of a power dynamic than maybe there would have been before. And I think we all ought to chill out a little bit and let a new beginning begin.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers in the room? Valerie?
I would like to see Frank be the mayor. And I would like to see Frank be the mayor because he actually has the kind of experience that we need right now in this town. Barbara, you barely got in. And I think the reason you did get in probably had to do with the amount of money you spent on your campaign. You guys were way behind, way, way, way behind Frank and Mike. And that says a whole lot to me. You guys have been in power, so to speak, for quite a while. You should have done a lot better if you'd been doing a good job, but you haven't. And that's real clear to all of us. So to have everybody rally behind Frank after the Oust Egger campaign, to me was one of the most amazing and beautiful things I've ever seen. And I think that says a lot. And also, Mike, these two people have suffered quite a bit at the hands of the people of Fairfax. And I think the town of Fairfax finally got a clue about what they lost and what they don't have sitting up there. My feeling is, I really want to see you guys step down. That's what I want to see. I don't want to even see you up there, any of you anymore. And if that doesn't happen, I'd like to see a recall. And I know for a fact that if we don't see some change, that's going to be starting right now, tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers in the room? Going to Zoom? Chief, could you turn that mic off?
There are 11 raised hands on Zoom.
Okay.
The first speaker is Sean, followed by Hillary. Sean, you are unmuted. Sorry, that was my fault. Can you unmute yourself again?
Unmuted now. Thanks.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries. We may all want to remember that everyone in that room and on Zoom wants what they believe is best for Fairfax. That said, with all due respect to the previous tradition described for selecting a mayor, I believe it would be a fantastic precedent and demonstration of democracy for the town to begin selecting the town council mayor with the most votes in the most recent election as mayor. In that vein, I would appreciate that the town council listen
Could you please be quiet so he can hear him? Thank you.
Thanks. In that vein, I would appreciate that the town council listen to the voters' endorsement of Frank Egger as Fairfax's next mayor. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Hillary, followed by Chad. Hillary, you are unmuted.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'd just like to say that I would like to see Frank as mayor. And I just think that for the gentleman that spoke earlier about does it really matter? I think whoever is leading the meeting really does set the tone. It can be really intimidating to speak. And I think Barbara, so much of the time, seems like she has disdain for the community and for the people that are taking their time out of their evenings to come and speak. And it really discourages people from participating. And I would like to see that end.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Chad, followed by Kirsten. Chad, you are unmuted.
I would like to speak against the nomination for Frank Egger. I think that there are norms and practices, and one election is not a reason to throw normal behavior out the window. If people, Frank and Mike have been elected, they will have their term to serve out. They will eventually get their turn to be mayor. I don't see any reason why one election means we need to redo everything. And I do not think that it's, the vitriol that's still coming up here is really representative of most people in this town. I do not think it's representative at all. It's a very vocal minority that want to get their way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Kirsten, followed by Jody. Kirsten, you are unmuted.
Hello, Kirsten Asher. I've been in Fairfax for 30 years. And congratulations to Mike and Frank. In Fairfax, there's no traditional protocol. I don't know what the previous speaker meant by norms, but Fairfax is certainly not normal. And there is, only what has occurred recently. In a healthy democracy, there are checks and balances. We all know this. This council has been operating more like a one-person show, 5-0 votes on most issues. When you talk about vitriol or why people are divided in Fairfax, it's because of this. When people come and speak about, why are people complaining? It's because of this. It's because people are not being listened to. We need balance. Blash's affiliation with the DSA and her inability to address the homeless situation with any kind of success is embarrassing. It's time to listen to the people. It's time to go with a vote of the people. Fairfax residents are looking for change. Yield to the people. We'd appreciate that, Liesl. You have a lot to learn from Frank and Mike Garigelli, frankly. You're a servant of the people, not of your own agenda. We would like you to yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jody, followed by Sandy. Jody, you are unmuted.
Good evening, Council. I just want to remind everybody that there are 5 elected people on the dais, not 2. There are 5. And the mayor and the vice mayor do not run the council, and they do not run the town. And there has been a practice for as many years as I can remember of the vice mayor stepping into the position of mayor unless there's some need to make an exception. I don't see this as a time when there's a need to make a difference. I think that Liesl should become the mayor. First of all, it's your decision as council members. We don't have the system where you get to vote in the mayor. And 3 people could have won in this election who are non-incumbents, but that's not what happened. So there are 5 of you up there. I would like to see the practice that's been in place, that's solid and reasonable, move forward with Liesl becoming mayor, Stephanie becoming vice mayor, and then next year the process is on the table again. So please do not step back, Liesl and Stephanie. I would appreciate those of us who respect the democracy and the fact that we've all voted for all of you, the community at large, that practice, the practice that is in place, should be honored. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Sandy, followed by Lynn. Sandy, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I'd like to advocate that the procedure that we've used for the last number of years that I remember continue, and that Liesl be mayor. I don't know what, I really appreciate Roger Marsden's analysis of the vitriol that's going on in the high school kind of way. Frank Edgar, I respect you tremendously. You did, I don't know what Todd, I think it was, is calling a mandate. Frank won by a plurality, nowhere near 50%, not even 22% of the vote. Mike Garigelli got 18.5% of the vote. And so we're not talking about the majority of Fairfax giving a mandate to Frank Edgar to become mayor. I see absolutely no reason to change the procedures that we've been using. And for a long time, I've been waiting to see how the brilliant Liesl Blasch will be as mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Lynn, followed by PJ. Lynn, you are unmuted.
Hi, congratulations to Frank and Mike. Yeah, I would like to have Frank in. Lived here all my life. My problem is that it's like Humpty Dumpty is broken and we need somebody to put it back together again. And having the other three council members have to just keep filling the spots, more of the same, tying the hands behind Mike and Frank, because I can see it. I saw it happening already. I mean, I've seen you guys do that. You're not listening to the people, and the people spoke, and I'm sorry, but you don't understand. Like, I've never seen a town revolt the way it has as I've seen it happen the last few years. And I think there's practices that you're very passionate about. I see it, but I think you should move to communities that support that. I know Lisa literally came from Berkeley, and there's a lot of that mindset there, and I think that would be a perfect place. There's lots of people that need volunteers with homeless people and camps, and I mean, it's just kids in the streets. There's a lot of other places to go, but you can't tell me that you guys can honestly, if you love this town, why you're pushing some stuff through. I don't even feel safe walking through the park at night. I mean, walking down the sidewalk past the playground. I've done it my entire life. It's not safe. So I wish you would just graciously back out because you love the town instead of pushing something that you want that other towns might like. So there's a whole lot going on, and I don't like the manipulation of you guys trying to push Mike and Frank around because I can't stand it. It's not right. It doesn't have to be. Thank you.
You've already spoken. You've already spoken. You can't speak on this item. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is PJ, followed by Jane. PJ, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Yeah, Frank and Mike and, three people were elected this time. Barbara, all were elected. Obviously extraordinarily close for that third spot. I am continued to be baffled by the delusional interpretation of the election results here. Just like a couple of speakers ago said, nobody got a majority. Even the three winners combined together of just the votes cast for town council got 54%. If you count all of the ballots returned by people in the Fairfax precincts, the three winners combined got 44% of the vote. Obviously, that reflects undervoting, which I spoke about earlier. I think we should keep with the current system. It's just a lot of selective interpretation for people to try and make a case that we should do something different this year. If we're going just off of the mandate of voters, why are we discounting the people who voted for Stephanie and Liesel? Just even looking at their election, Stephanie and Liesel got 34 and 27% of the vote respectively. So just the bigger margins in that election than here. I mean, Stephanie in an election that saw 7,000 votes in Fairfax got 2,400, and the top vote getter here got not much more than that, when over 12,400 votes were in Fairfax. It's just, people are over-interpreting the results. There's not much really to be gleaned.
Thank you, PJ. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jane, followed by Rick. Jane, you are unmuted.
Let's go on to Rick, please.
Rick, you are unmuted.
Hello, this is Rick Hamer, downtown Fairfax. I do feel that the practice that has been used by the council in recent years should continue, that Lisa Blasch, current vice mayor, should be the nominee for mayor, and Stephanie Hellman, under the criteria that we have used under this practice, be vice mayor. I don't think this was really a mandate. If it was a mandate, we would not have seen one of the incumbents reelected, and it's so close, as other people have pointed out, that this is kind of twisting something without regard to part of the reason that the practice is even there, which is to avoid radical change in policy and to have some semblance of continuity and continuance of policy without interrupting it or moderating the change. And I think the best way to do that is to include Liesel as mayor. She's been involved with policy making for the longest continuous time. Frank and Mike, even though they have experience, that experience is 20 years ago. And I think that Frank is being nominated a lot and he would recognize that. But I think the honorable thing to do would be withdraw his name from candidacy and to continue the practice as we know it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Deb. Deb, you are unmuted.
Hi, Deborah Benson, Cascades. Thank you for hearing me. I have seen over the years, attending many council meetings, this protocol being frog leaped. I've seen the person who was next in line using this practice looked over and someone else put in their place. The people are asking for change. The three incumbents are part of a group who have pretty much voted as one body, one person. You know, most of the votes were all in agreement. And I think that the people want to change. I would like to see a change. And I think voting Frank in as mayor would show the people that you are listening and you're willing to make a change. So I'm all for Frank as mayor and Mike as vice mayor. And for
Thank you.
Liesel
Next
and
speaker,
Deb,
please.
step down. Thank you.
Is there any more speakers?
The next, sorry, hands keep popping up and disappearing. Roe, and then we could try Jane again.
Okay.
Roe, you are unmuted.
Let's go ahead and try Jane again.
Jane, you are unmuted.
Yes, they can hear you.
Hi there. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so very much. I just need to say I have lived here for 40 years. Happily, I adore Fairfax. I like its rowdy political temperature. I don't like how nasty it's become, but I think it's a direct result of how the public feel they've been treated, being ignored and dismissed and not listened to. And if you decide to ignore the public's request for Frank and Mike, at least Frank particularly, to be mayor, you will once again be proving to the community at large and those people who voted them in that you don't care at all what we think, what we want, are pleading with you for change, for a different order. Please, Liesel, step down, do the honorable thing. I'm sure you have a lovely political career ahead of you. You have an agenda. You want to do great things. The same with you, Stephanie. But remember, Stephanie, Frank helped you. You could help him now. That would be the fair, noble, honorable thing to do. Please, you guys, don't slap us down again and ignore us. You'll be starting a whole nasty business all over again. You have a chance
Be quiet.
to make a new free breath of fresh air to the town. We can all work together. It doesn't mean you're dismissed. We don't like you. You can't work. It just, please give the rest of us a chance. The three of you, you must, please listen to the people. Please, if you don't, you're really going to do a tremendous disservice, and the town may never recover. No one will have any faith in any one of the three of you ever again. I'm sorry to say that. Please, I beg you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on Zoom?
There are Richard and Kevin. Richard, you are unmuted.
Thank you. So first of all, I know Frank personally, and I adore him as a person. I voted for him in this election. I want to be clear about that. But I do not stand with the vitriolic regulars that have just keep talking about you're not listening to the people. That's your opinions. That's their opinion. That's not my opinion. Valerie and Todd Greenberg and Jane do not speak for me. And, if you all think in your wisdom that Frank's the right move right now, I don't have any problem with that. But Liesel's been, in waiting and had certain expectations. She's been preparing all year, and I'm sure she's more than qualified to do the job. And as has been pointed out by many others, everyone up there has been voted for. And so, if this town wants to move another direction, seems to be really big on ballot initiatives and petitions right now, maybe we want to get a mayor that we actually vote for and not do this system at all where it's just a member of the council. And we can go that way if that's what people want. But I don't like the pressure being put on Liesel because there's the same group of people that show up at every meeting and they're very loud, and it's been extremely vitriolic and extremely, they're saying, hey, mend the fences, and then they're the most angry, hateful, vitriolic people speaking in town. And so you all know me, I know you, and I've laid low on this because it's just been really unpleasant. I don't want to deal with it, but now you're trying to make a power move and distort things, and as though you speak for everyone, and you don't speak for everyone. So I want you all to consider what you want to do and what you think is right, and do not be intimidated by the same 15 people that show up at every meeting screaming at you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kevin, followed by Ted. Kevin, you are unmuted.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Council. Congratulations, Frank and Mike, on your election. And I'd just like to go ahead and talk for a moment to Liesel and the residents of Fairfax. I believe that Liesel will build bridges, that she'll be a wonderful, balanced mayor for the town of Fairfax, and that she already gets along very well and knows the way to work with the town staff over the last year, having held the vice mayor's seat. And then both to the council as well as the residents of Fairfax, it was just 20 years ago when there was quite a volatile election in Fairfax. And Frank and Mike were both losing their seats on the council during that election. The two members that gained new seats had a combined vote of 57% of the town residents that voted. So these things happen, and the town moves on. And I do believe that Lisa will build bridges and that the town will be just fine. Good luck to all of you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Ted, followed by Joe. Ted, you are unmuted.
Hi, everyone. Ted Hellman, lived in Fairfax for 20 plus years, lived in Marin all my life. Please do not change the way we select mayors on the fly like this. If we want to change this process, let's do so through a public process that is, has hearings, like all the decisions you make. There's many opportunities to speak on this issue. This town needs healing, Frank, Mike. If you want to heal this town, you'll recognize the logic in what I'm saying and keep with the standard practice of selecting mayors. If you want to further divide this town, you'll continue down the path it seems like we're on, where we're yelling at the town council and not getting anything done. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Joe. Joe, you are unmuted.
Technical difficulty.
Joe, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I just want to agree with the last three callers and amplify their reasonable points for just keeping things the way that they are, and having Liesl has been a long, done a lot for the town of Fairfax, and has sat on council now and has earned the right to be mayor. And next up would be council member Hellman. And yeah, as was said, that the two who were just elected were former council members for a reason. They were voted off, and there's nothing really that exceptional. Congratulations, but you're another council member now, and you get in line and you wait your turn, and it will be you'll be mayor someday. And yeah, much like to Richard's point, like that these loud voices in the chambers do not represent the entirety of the town. They don't represent me. They don't represent a lot of people. So your role as council members is to not only represent the folks in the chambers, but everybody, what's best for the town. And I think keeping the process as it's been is what's best for the town. And the two new council members will get their time when it's their turn. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bringing it back. I believe there was a motion on the table. Mike, did you make?
Yes, I made a motion to nominate Frank Yeager to be our next mayor. There needs to be a little bit of a leadership change here. The town has a multitude of issues that we need to solve that have grown over the last 4 years. Frank has that 10 years terms, I should say, 40 years. I should point out, for a lot of people don't realize that it's the council that votes for the mayor. It's not an automatic turn. I was mayor twice. I mean, not mayor twice. I was 2 terms. I was mayor once. Frank, I believe, was 10 terms. He was mayor 7 times. The reason why I believe, and I'm not just doing this out of spite, the reason why I'm saying this is because I think the town is in turmoil. There's a lot of issues that need to be solved, and it's about leadership. I think that the public trust needs to be restored. Faith needs to be restored to this town. And here's my first olive branch. First of all, I want Frank to be our next mayor, but I don't need to be the vice mayor. Okay. We need Frank to be mayor because, number one, he has the leadership skills. This is what you do. You go to your elders when the town's in trouble. You go to your elders and say, please help. And Frank, to his credit, stepped up. He stepped up. He didn't have to do this. He stepped up to help save the town that he loves. And believe me, this town has a lot of issues. So I really do hope, it's not out of spite. I don't need to be the next mayor after Frank, but I will say right now, this year is imperative that we have the right leadership, because we ran on listening, respect, and trust. And I don't believe that's what's happened in the last 4 years. There wasn't listening, there was no respect, and there was no trust. So that's what we're trying to switch to. And I hope the council, at least one of you guys, agrees with me. It's not going to hurt you, but it's going to help the town. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember.
Can we speak to the motion?
I guess. We don't usually do that, but go ahead.
Well, that's one of the problems. People don't get to speak to the motion around here. I mean, so, 20 years ago, I did lose by 250 votes. This time, I ran over 1,000 votes ahead of the third person and over 1,000 votes of the two that lost. If you want to talk about numbers, I just throw those numbers out. Fairfax is a general law town, and the town council selects the mayor. I served 12 years, 3 4-year terms, and I was never mayor. And the reason was I was not a go along to get along council member. I voted my conscience, and that was troubling for some people. On November 5th, Fairfax voters voted for change. 5 of the previous town council's issues lost. 5 lost. 2 of the 3 council members lost, and 3 of the ballot measures that they were on the wrong side of, in effect, lost. So I will be recommending that Fairfax investigate a charter town option here where the people of Fairfax can elect the mayor. I think that's the way to go here, and it provides us some protections with other state laws that are trying to impact our community. The 2 biggest threats Fairfax is facing. One is wildland urban fire that would blow through our town, and evacuation routes are terribly lacking. We're in deep trouble. One road in, one road out. And the second one is the voting for high-rise housing towers at 7 locations in town. The first up is School Street Plaza, when the rumor was out there, the town council said, "Oh, there's no plans for any high-rise housing tower at School Street Plaza." Nothing going on there. 1 week after the election, a developer comes in and with his development application for 243 units at School Street Plaza. Well, guess what? Guess what's going to happen here? We need a strong mayor position to be able to withstand this kind of pressure from the state. It'll destroy our little town. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you take a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, if I may, on what you shared. I think that's a really interesting idea about the charter. And I do think that it's worth exploring this process, but that's not what's on the agenda this evening. And I think if we want to do that, I'm very open to changing the process. But again, that's not what this is this evening. And my vote is no.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
No.
Mayor Kohler.
No. And I'll offer another motion. I make a motion to have Liesl Blash serve as mayor. Would someone like to second that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ager.
You don't get to speak on this one?
We're doing a roll call vote. Your motion died.
Wait a minute. This is a new motion. We don't get to speak on this motion?
Okay, go ahead.
Well,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you.
Apologize.
So Councilman Vice Mayor Blash was elected 2 years ago. She was employed by the Marine Environmental Housing Collaborative, and they were supporting a high-rise housing tower at School Street Plaza. They're still supporting a high-rise housing tower at School Street Plaza. I'm concerned that there may well be a conflict of interest here by making Vice Mayor Blash mayor at this time, because she'll be setting the agendas for this application of the first high-rise housing tower we're going to face. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I just want to say what we've clarified before is Liesl Blash resigned from Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative before she took her seat on the council. So can we just do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ager.
No.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Garangelli.
No.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Motion
And
passes.
thank you. And then I'll make a motion for Stephanie Hellman to serve as vice mayor.
Second.
Did anyone want to speak on the motion? Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Agar.
Am I the first, by the first vote? Don't you go alphabetically?
No, we go left to right.
Oh, that's new.
Okay, well, it's been
That's
20
great.
years. Okay,
I'll abstain from that vote.
okay.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Garangeli.
No.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes, thank you.
Motion passes.
And with that, I'll move over. Just a reminder to the new mayor, we have a 10 o'clock rule that's coming up in 10 minutes, and I may suggest, is it all right, town attorney, if we make a motion to waive the 10 o'clock rule now rather than waiting till 10 so we can just move full speed ahead?
Yeah, so I make a motion that we do that, or did you make the motion?
I made the motion
I'll
to
second.
waive the 10 o'clock rule, and
Okay, I'll second that. So unless anyone wants to discuss.
we need a roll call
it,
vote.
I said that, yeah, we're
I'm
going to
sorry.
do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Agar.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
I'm not vice mayor. I'm council member.
Councilmember, sorry, I was reading the bottom half.
Oh,
Sorry.
I guess we got to change
Yes,
things.
right. Councilmember
yes.
Kohler. Thank you. Mayor Blash.
Yes. And I. Thank you. No one's ever gone over the button protocol with me. I just wanted to say something briefly. You know, I want to warmly welcome Mr. Egger and Mr. Garangeli to the council. Each one of us, both incoming and continuing council members, is an individual that brings unique skills, experience, and perspective to this council. I believe we should honor the willingness of all of those who have stepped up to serve our community. There is no us and them. We are all elected to work for the good of Fairfax, and that must be our primary goal here. I expect we will find many issues that we can all agree on, and that we will engage in thoughtful and civil deliberation on the issues, all the issues before us. National elections have been really contentious, and many in our country have embraced a politics of retribution and revenge. We're seeing attempts to disrupt and undermine the legitimacy of civic institutions and processes. Our country's divided, and people are really anxious. We cannot allow Fairfax to become a microcosm of our national politic. Our job is to unify and instill trust in our local civic institutions, which are the bedrock of democracy. We can only do that if we ourselves model civil discourse on the dais and adhere to ethical conduct. This is a really demanding job. We are all going to make mistakes. None of us are perfect. We need to hold each other accountable, but we also need to treat each other, our staff, and our residents with compassion. And that said, I'd like to move forward. I would like to recommend that we possibly move the Marin Sanitary presentation until after the item on homelessness, just because I think a lot of people might be here for the item on homelessness. Can people let me know if you're here specifically because you want to hear that item? Okay, it's actually relatively few, which sort of surprises me. So are people here largely to hear the Marin dispensary item? A lot of people. Okay. So I'm going to suggest that maybe we move the dispensary item forward.
I'll make a motion to that effect. I'm just moving the dispensary first.
I'll second.
Can we get a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Agar.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hillman,
Yes.
Councilmember Garangelli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes, and I want to apologize to Marin Sanitary, but just out of respect for some people who have come and want to hear this item, I just wanted to move it up. So I guess everyone agrees on that. So thank you. Okay, so we are moving item 7 to the front of, well, the front of the current agenda, and that is introduction of an ordinance repealing Town Code Article 3 of Chapter 5.56, Cannabis Deliveries, Section 5.56.300, Adult Use Cannabis Deliveries by certain existing medical marijuana dispensaries, and repealing and replacing Town Code Section 5.56.170, application of this article to existing medical marijuana dispensaries, with application of this article to existing medical cannabis retailer, allowing the Marin Alliance of Medical Marijuana, MAMM, to relocate to 1591-1593 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard upon fulfillment of certain requirements. And so I think Town Attorney Janet Colson is going to make the presentation on this. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Town Manager Heather Abrams.
Madam Mayor, we have a town attorney with a sore throat, so I'm going to take some of the load if you don't mind. First slide is here, and we'll go to the next slide. The topic today is the request from the Marin Alliance to move their location. And we wanted to remind you in the staff report, there was a discussion about the various milestones that the Marin Alliance has been through, getting their first official permit in Fairfax in 1997, and then many reviews and updates over the course of that process, which included a number of conditional use permits, CUPs, which produced various rules that they needed to follow. And as they showed that they were either complying or not complying, then the additional reviews were done and additional amendments were done. I want to move on to the next slide.
Hold on, I have a question because there's some. I think for the sake of fitting everything on the slide, but at what point in this timeline, because the original business was medicinal, right?
That's
so at
correct.
what point in this timeline, because it was prior to my tenure here and really involvement in town matters like this, did the CUP get amended, or a new CUP, I guess, for the delivery piece?
Maybe I can help
if you
because
could-
you don't have a voice.
Well,
Go ahead.
Everybody's going to have a little bit of patience with my voice tonight. I'm so sorry. Yes, that was in 2019, I believe.
But it wasn't, we did not amend the conditional use permit. We just issued a business license for the medical delivery. So that was not part of the conditional use.
not medical
Not
delivery,
medical, adult use
The
delivery.
adult use delivery.
but that's not medical. They're distinct. Anyway,
Okay, but
okay,
that was in
2019. And it was, what was the process followed? I just want to make sure I understand.
We adopted the cannabis permit requirements, and we made an exemption for Marin Alliance to allow them to do adult use delivery only
Okay,
from the existing current location.
okay. Thank you.
There was a cannabis permit required for that, but they did not go through a competitive process for that. And so they have both of those permits at the School Street location right now,
Okay, thank you.
plus the CUP on the medical as well. That's also at the current location.
Do you want me to play that back, what I understood? Okay. So CUP is conditional use permit. And the original business was medicinal, Lynette Shaw and her business, pioneer in the space, right? Fairfax, I believe, was the first dispensary of medicinal cannabis in the nation, if I'm not wrong. And then my question was, at what point and how, what was the process by which the business expanded to delivery of retail? Sometimes it's referred to as adult use. It's essentially recreational marijuana that is, delivered. It's not exactly delivered. It is handed on at the site today, but it's under the umbrella of delivery. Does that make sense?
It's supposed to be delivered.
Right. Thank you.
So I'll move on to the next slide. So after the last meeting where we heard from the Marin Alliance, then we were able to get the proposed actual location. So I wanted to make sure you had a picture in your mind of where this is. And one fact that I want to point out here is that in this area of Fairfax, it is the building is in Fairfax, but the sidewalk is in San Anselmo. That's how close that particular property is to the border. So there's some unique circumstances there, and you've heard public comment via email, which is available online and also out front from not only Fairfax residents but also San Anselmo residents because of that proximity. So just wanted to point that out. Next slide. We did want to make sure that people were aware of this process, especially since it was before my time, but I understand that there were maybe 20 or more hearings when you were discussing just adult use marijuana. So what we did is provided a courtesy notice to all of the addresses within 300 feet of that proposed location, and we also did a public courtesy notice that was posted, and then of course we got a number of email comments as well as the comments you'll hear later today. Next slide, please. So just in terms of this ordinance that is proposed, this is an attempt to try to respond to the Marin Alliance's request. So it does not require opening that competitive process again. So it is not that typical opportunity to find any number of businesses, but to really allow this existing legacy business to move, and which it needs a permit to be able to do. And then, as you know, with any ordinance, it requires 2 readings. And then after the adoption, there's a 30-day period that it takes effect. In this proposed ordinance, the Planning Commission would provide additional public hearing for the conditional use permit, and that's required because the location that's proposed by Marin Alliance that isn't a permitted use right now. So that would be needed. And then the Planning Commission discussion, if the Planning Commission either approves or denies that, it could be appealed back to the council. So that's always an option. I just want to point that out. Next slide, please. And we're wrapping it up. So council considerations today to think about. My suggestion is the request that you've heard from Marin Alliance, public comment, the sort of overall process appropriateness and consistency, fairness, right? So does this work for the town long term? And then next steps is if you approve this ordinance tonight, then it will come back for a second reading on January 9th. That's the next regular meeting. If you do not, or you want to see other changes, then we would bring back a first reading at a subsequent meeting. So just want to give you those options to be aware of. And I'll turn it over to Janet if she wants to add anything else or answer any questions.
So I'd like to, excuse me, I'd like to try and explain that when we got the request, there are two avenues for approving a cannabis business, I suppose you could say. The new one that we put into place in 2019 is a competitive process. And there was a specific request not to have to go through that. That's found in 5.56 of the code. And so what you would be doing if you honored that request would be exempting this existing business that has to move through no fault of their own. You would be exempting them from that competitive process, and they would go back to just being the regular process, which is a CUP, which is what is existing at the current location right now. And she'd still need to get cannabis permits for either medicinal and or, I suppose, adult use delivery only. And that is trying to put her in the same position that she's in right now. And so the exemptions would be exempting from the competitive process and exempting from the distances, the distance requirements, because this particular location does not meet those distance requirements. It is too close to the tutoring center and too close to the Caterpillar Academy. So you would be affirmatively exempting this location from those distance requirements, in addition to exempting her from the competitive process. And I say competitive process, we've never had a competition. We've never had more than one application come in, but that is what it is, essentially, is a competitive process. So if you approve this particular ordinance, you're exempting distance requirements, you're exempting from the competitive process, but you are requiring, excuse me, a CUP just like she has right now at School Street. And that means going to the Planning Commission with an application. And in that application, there would be all of the details that are missing right now. Things like, how are you going to deal with the parking? What are you going to do about security? What's going to happen with your windows? What's the layout inside? How are you going to actually run people through the business? What are your hours of operation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? All of that is in an application that goes forward to the Planning Commission for a CUP. And the thought is that the full and complete public hearings then would really happen there. And any conditions that the Planning Commission put on that conditional use permit, or the fact that it's issued or not issued, is appealable to the council. So it may very well come back to you if you go this route. I want to make sure everybody understands that. But I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I have a question. Okay, are we to the question point now? Questions of staff? Okay, so let's go to questions of staff.
I have a question for
Yeah,
that.
no, because I just want to, before you get going, I just want to say, I really want to honor the dedication of our staff to come when you can barely speak. So thank you so much. And let's do questions of staff.
Very sorry, I apologize for
I'm hoping you're not contagious. I'm assuming you're not.
So thank you for laying out the process and the pathways. And I have a question about the exemption that you explained. So because the pathway that circumvents or exempts the competitive application, and it's just going to the, not just, but goes to the Planning Commission for
the regular conditional use permit.
Okay, and that, are you saying that that process, they would get into the details of all those questions you laid out around security? Okay, so, and that would be all those questions that you listed, is that in an application or is that just, okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, and I have a question for Heather, sorry. The Caterpillar and Tutoring Center, were they noticed alongside the other residential neighbors? And have we heard any comment from them? I'm not aware that we have.
I didn't see any public comment from them, and if they would have been within, they are within 300 feet, so they would have received a mailed notice.
Okay, and thank you. And Janet, could you, you and I had an exchange earlier, and just for the public benefit, could you explain the buffer zone, so the state requirement and our local requirement, and what's being proposed?
Yes, let me find that just really quick.
Do you want me to pull up the email? Because it's.
Yeah, if you can tell me the time on it, it was Tuesday.
I believe, yeah, you sent it to me at 6:18 yesterday. PM.
I don't see it here. Okay. In our code, we set our distances at the following: medical use storefront, 600 feet from a school K through 12. That's not what Caterpillar is. Or youth center. That's the same definition that's in the state health and safety code. That's not it either. And 300 feet from a daycare. So that is Caterpillar. Or tutoring center. So it's 300 feet from either one of those for medical. For the adult use delivery only, it's not really applicable here because it's 250 feet from a school or youth center. But I will note that the state law imposes a 600-foot radius between cannabis businesses and schools, K through 12, daycare centers such as Caterpillar, and youth centers, unless a local jurisdiction specifically allows a different radius, including no setbacks at all. And so what I said initially is medical use storefront. It's 300 feet from a daycare. It's 300 feet from a tutoring center. Tutoring center is our definition. It is not a state law definition. Excuse me. It's a facility that provides instruction supplemental to that provided by a school. And so this location on Sir Francis Drake is in between, basically, a tutoring center and the Caterpillar daycare. And so it doesn't meet the distance requirements for either one. And so you would have to, in order for them to locate at that particular location, you'd have to waive those distance requirements.
The local.
Yes,
our local, but the state would be.
It says unless a local jurisdiction allows a different radius. So
okay, so the local laws can be either more stringent or lenient.
Yes, but if you waive those too, you're waiving them for the state too, basically.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Did you have something to say, Councilor Kohler?
A question. Well, there's basically two questions. I think one thing that I see in the staff report is the idea that the conditional use permit would go to the Planning Commission, for the medical dispensary, and that there would be a 1-year waiting period for the adult use delivery that I suppose would just be on a permit like it was done before. Is that correct? That's what's proposed.
That is what's proposed. You can also allow them to have a CUP for the adult use delivery. The thing with adult use delivery is it's not a storefront. It has absolutely no access from the public. The public can't walk in to the delivery area. They're taking orders and supposedly sending a car out to deliver. That is not the way it's operating at School Street right now. And so I think that probably needs a little bit of a closer look. I think the easiest thing to have happen right now is if you wanted to allow her to get a regular CUP, no competitive process, and waive the distance requirements for a medical storefront, which has...
Could you turn your phone off, who's ever got those on?
A medical storefront, which has foot traffic from the public, has people coming and going.
Okay, and I remember because I brought this forward in 2019
Yes, you did.
to allow the adult use delivery.
Yes.
At the time, Ms. Shaw had a driver that was going to deliver the product, and I guess that is not what's happening now. Is that correct?
In first week of September, second week of September, I think it was, we met with Ms. Shaw and one of her employees and her attorney, Mr. Bragman. And Ms. Shaw at that time and her employee explained exactly how they're doing delivery. And it is not in conformance with their permit because you walk into the medical side of things and you place your order and then you go outside, walk 2 doors down and pick up your order, and that's not delivery, and that's not what's contemplated by the permit, but they say that is how they are operating and have been operating.
My information on the state rules also require delivery. Are you familiar with that? Where you're actually driving it somewhere.
Oh, that is, I know that there are no curbside deliveries. There's no meeting in a parking lot to deliver. You're supposed to go to a location, a house, a business or something and actually deliver.
Okay, thank you.
Other council members, Mr. Egger?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is actually a land use issue, and for the record, while I have not attended an ex parte meeting with an applicant or their representative, I have spoken with Marin Medical Alliances for Marijuana Council, Larry Bragman, and I've spoken with the applicant, Lynette Shaw, but not a set meeting, just for the record. Is it a fact that ma'am generates $60,000 a year in sales tax to Fairfax? Is that a true figure?
No, that's not correct.
We don't get it?
It's about half that, but the sales tax is considered a private so that you're not having competitive businesses, seeing.
There is excise tax that is paid by that business. It's paid to the state. There is no sales tax on medical. There's only sales tax on adult use.
I understand
delivery.
that, but there is tax on adult recreational.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If in fact they have to go to the planning commission next, could that process take up to a year?
I doubt it. The last meeting where we discussed this, we were talking about the time frame and gaming out how long it might take. And I think that we said it could take several months, and that was said to be okay by Ms. Shaw's other attorney, and that they'll be out of business if they have to go out of business on December 31st. But they indicated that a process with 2 readings of an ordinance in 30 days and going to the commission that would be something that they could do. So it could take several months. Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Garagilli?
I'm not sure if this is the time I should be giving my thoughts on this, but
It's
just okay?
questions. It's just questions.
It's just
Just then we do
questions.
public comment and then we deliberate. Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait then.
Okay, I do have a couple of questions. So in terms of compliance, there's a long list of audits and different things that might be done, but would that situation that you described where the delivery is being done by someone walking down the hallway be discovered in the course of those audits? Or is that, I'm just wondering how we have this sort of clause in here that says if, there's no issues, then they might be able to get a recreational delivery use permission. So how is that going to be monitored or enforced if they get their CUP over that 1-year time period?
Well, there would be conditions associated with a conditional use permit. And one of those conditions would be to operate the medical within the confines of the permit with all the requirements, the conditions, et cetera, and to have a review of that and see if there were any complaints about how the business was being operated. Now, if they had just a license for adult use delivery only, they're going to need something in that building that doesn't have access from the public. It's a delivery only facility. So it's going to have to somehow be separate, or a room or something that's different, separate from the medical. And they are actually going to have a vehicle, and they're going to have to make deliveries. And there can't be any ordering it at the medical portion of the building and then, going to the room where the adult use is kept or whatever and picking it up. There can be no pickups. It has to be delivered.
Okay, then another question that I assume somebody from the public might also answer when their time is ready to speak. Is there any reason that a medical marijuana dispensary wouldn't be delivery only, just considering the sensitivity of the site?
Well, that's entirely possible. You could have the site be only, no storefront at all. You could have it be delivery only for both. But I don't think, honestly, that that's what Ms. Shaw wants for her medical for sure, because my understanding, and I'm sure she'll correct me if I was wrong, but my understanding is that she wishes to see the individuals picking up their medical cannabis, and that they wish to see their product.
Right. And so all of the issues around signage and whatnot would be a planning commission decision. And so the process again would be, if indeed we voted yes on this tonight, right? It would go, to the planning commission next, or we would have a second reading?
We'd have a second reading, and then 30 days later it would be in effect. She can be preparing her application for a conditional use permit during that time, because she is going to have to figure out how she's going to lay things out, what she's going to do about security and all of these other questions. Parking is going to be a really difficult issue, I think, because I don't think there's really much in the way of parking there.
Okay, so we're just voting on whether she can move ahead with the application and everything.
Yes.
And it's possible that the planning commission could deny it for all we know. Is that true?
They could.
Okay. And then the final question I have is, it looks like the location, I have been by there before, is like right next to a liquor store. Is that?
Yes.
It's already an issue. Okay, thank you.
Yes, it is.
I actually do have a question. It's like a game show. You have to put it in the form of a question. So because the state came down with mandates to increase housing, and the town has rezoned the entire School Street Plaza, and all the businesses up there, because of this decision by the town and the state, have been evicted from their premises. Many businesses, including Lynette's. Has this ever Is there a precedent for that where an entire section of town has been rezoned and an entire business district has had to be moved?
Oh, I'm sure somewhere. I'm not aware.
No, I'm talking about Fairfax.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, because I don't think it's happened. So, okay, so this is new territory, and that's all I wanted to point out, that this is unprecedented. We force people out of business. They want to stay in business. They want to serve their customers. And so that's the premise we're working on. All right, thank you.
Okay, right. So I think we're going to move to public comment now.
You may want to turn your mic off because it gives feedback.
Why don't we let Ms. Shaw and her
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. We're going to let Ms. Shaw speak first.
and her attorney.
And her attorney, thank you, because she's the applicant.
So can I go first?
Yes.
So thank you, council. And on behalf of Lynette and the Marin Alliance, I want to thank you for expediting consideration of amending this ordinance. And I'll try to be quick. We have a little team that I'd like to have them have an opportunity to address you directly. But just to start, Lynette has been in business for over 20 years. Starting out with 84 conditions of her use, was later reduced to 62 because she complied with all 84 conditions that were set by the Planning Commission back in 2000. Since then, she's complied with all terms and conditions of her conditional use permit at School Street. And as noted in the staff report, is being forced to move through no fault of her own. So she's established a track record of compliance with the law and compliance with Fairfax Code. As far as the distances are concerned at this new location, it's 275 feet by measurement, tape measurement from the tutoring center. It's about 290 feet from the Little Caterpillars daycare. So it's a de minimis difference from the 300-foot discretionary local zoning requirement. It's a very small difference that this location presents. So a variance would certainly be in line with the town's discretion. Unfortunately, the proposed amendment has a poison pill in it because it bifurcates her license between the medical and the adult delivery. The business model of cannabis has changed over the years. Medical, as noted in my memo to you, there's very few medical patients that are even registered in the state of California. According to the CBC, there's only 999 some odd patients in the whole state of California. The state is going towards an adult use discretionary type market. The business model that Lynette has developed cannot survive with the present draft of the amendment. And we're hanging by a thread right now because Lynette has been threatened with termination of her lease as of December 31st. Ricky Hertz, the owner of the property, is here and he's going to address the council. He's been in foreclosure. And this building is actually going to be up for auction this week, if not tomorrow. So we're all kind of hanging by a thread. And we're asking you to give us the consideration to move forward, to keep Lynette going, as noted in Dr. Nyland's statement, which we presented to you. Christopher Nyland, he's a palliative care specialist. Termination of her business is going to cause medical hardship, if not a medical emergency in our area, because the Marin Alliance is the only public access point in Marin. It's the only one. And if we don't move forward and we cannot acquire the property, Mr. Hertz is going to lose his home. So there's a lot at stake here. And we're asking you to give us an opportunity to keep a legacy business going, to keep Mr. Hertz in his apartment, and yes, to keep Lynette in business as a going concern, a legacy concern that's paid taxes to the town of Fairfax for 20 years. And by no fault of its own is now looking at having to move under very, very difficult circumstances, under very, very difficult time constraints. And we greatly appreciate you expediting the matter, but I would ask you to review the memo that I've given you and amend the ordinance to let her move both of her licenses to the new location. And the rest of the team will have comments too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to check on process. Since they're applicants, I'm letting them speak longer. Is that acceptable or is that not?
They're not really applicants. This is a unique situation, but I would also like to point out that what is proposed is not a transfer of the permit. That you just get a new permit. What I wrote in the staff report, I believe, was prorating of the fee for that, but not transfer of the permit itself. It has to be a new permit because those permits are not transferable. And I'm not talking about the CUP, I'm talking about the cannabis permits. Both of them, yeah.
Okay, so I feel like we're maybe following a little bit of an unusual process. I'm wondering about the rest of the speakers having 2 minutes each, as we usually do, or are you recommending that we give them more time because they are?
I would let Ms. Shaw have more time, but that's up to the.
Yeah.
And I think there's I'm going to have questions to inform my decision of the quasi applicant. So I agree, Mayor, that this is very different, but hopefully we can just continue with some flexibility related to that.
Yeah, I would like that if that's acceptable. And if we can ask questions, that would be helpful.
I'd like to ask questions.
Yeah, can we maybe continue to respond to what's been presented so far and then open it up for questions? So there's a few points where there may be some difference between what was stated as the regulations, for example, for adult use. You know, if I may. So my name's Tom Boyd. I work as a consultant with Lynette Shaw, and I've been here the last 2 meetings as well, speaking about this. And also in August, we originally presented our plan to move to this new location and asked for some consideration and a timeline, which until today has not yet been provided to move both medical and recreational to the new location. So
Pardon me, but the location was not disclosed in August. So let's just be really truthful. The location was not disclosed until recently.
I was in the meeting with Mr. Bragman and also with Ms. Shaw.
Okay, if you're going to speak, please speak into the mic.
Yeah, respectfully, I was in the meeting with Mr. Bragman and with Ms. Shaw, and we discussed 2 locations, one of which Ricky Hertz was mentioned by name, who's here tonight, and his place is one of the locations that we disclosed, and we discussed getting a timeline for a process for something that is unique. Part of the reason we're talking about a unique process is Lynette Shaw's permit predates state regulation. The state has moved on since that time. And in speaking to the state, the investigators and her boss has never seen another license treated like Ms. Shaw's, where she's required to duplicate compliance, to duplicate storage, all right, to double her fees, and also to transfer between license to license through a distributor because of the way that the local permitting is. We're not asking to change that now. We're willing to move forward with the structure that we've created, which is state legal, okay? And we can go into more detail on that. But we found a location, we found an investor for the location, and we've asked since August to find a timeline to be able to move forward with this. And we've provided a lot of legal support for why we think that we're able to do this and you guys have discretion to do this. At the last meeting, we asked for a timeline forward, and Chance Catrano asked for the attorney to provide a timeline to move both medical and rec. But that's not what was put on the agenda. what was put on the agenda was to move rec and give a year to think about, to move medical, but give a year to think about rec. And what that would do is reduce revenue dramatically, not allow us to buy the building, and, all of the unforeseen and, unfortunate circumstances would then unfold. Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Shaw, or who's going to speak next?
Okay. When I first came forward back in 1997 and started working with the medical marijuana movement, it was before there was even the law. But we had a crisis, a medical crisis here in Marin County. We still have a medical crisis here for many, many things, especially breast cancer is still #1 in the nation per capita here in Marin County. We don't know why. I have a lot of people who count on us to have the products that we've spent years curating and finding what works best for all these people. Now, a lot of the patients don't have the money to go to the doctor. They don't have the time to do it. They don't feel well. They're just hanging on. So there's a lot of people that we are serving who are not registered medical, who are actually medical. And I think that's my concern, of course, is for the people who absolutely are critically ill and really need us. And that's not a clear bunch of, over here is the adult and over here is the medical. Now, under the state law, pickup is legal. Hand delivery is legal. And in the early days, I was allowed to have 2 vehicles for delivery for medical, and that folded over into the adult delivery. Most delivery businesses have 24 delivery vehicles. And the demand that we have is overwhelming, and we can't do it with 2 delivery vehicles. So under the advice of one of my attorneys, we looked up the statutes and determined that pickup was legal under state law, and it was silent here from the town of Fairfax. So we had to move to that model in order to serve the critical needs of both the medical and the adult community. At this point, because of the lack of patients that don't want to go to the doctor, they just want to come get their medicine and go home, feel better, 75% of our sales are technically under the adult. And so removing the adult delivery ability removes 75% of the income, which makes this an extinction for the business. Now, I've been through a lot. This permit brought me to being sued by President Clinton, and I spent 19 years in federal civil court as the defender of all dispensaries in the nation. And we finally prevailed. In fact, my attorney, who prevailed from the feds' onslaught, is here tonight, Mr. Greg Anton, who's a hero to the nation. And after all we've been through, I've been through a tremendous amount of pressure. I've been scammed, I've been lied to, I've been defrauded, everything's happened, but we're still doing what we have to do, which is to make sure that the medicine gets to the people. And if that means that we have to have a pickup because we don't have enough cars, then that's what we have to do, And all this happens, and plus the double fees, the double filings, the double paperwork makes it less than 5% profit margin at best. But we're still going forward because that's the right thing to do for the people that we care about. I've had people with me for 20 years, 25 years, and that's my family too. I don't have children. I don't have a husband. I'd have my clients, my friends, my customers. Those are my family. And they count on me and my staff to know what to do when all of a sudden they have to go into chemo, or their auntie goes into chemo, or their brother is having seizures. And these are people we've been taking care of for years. And they know that we have the right stuff, the best stuff. We know a lot about the medical uses. We know a lot about what people need. People die from stress, and that's what's good. Cannabis is good for reducing stress. There's a lot of complicated factors that go into this, but marijuana has never killed anybody in all human history. It's safe, it's controversial, but that's because of the drug war. The drug war is done for pot, you know? The marijuana war is failed and it's over. And it's
Oops. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. Can you could push the red thing again? I apologize.
okay. The marijuana drug war is over, you know, and it's going across the nation. In California, they don't bifurcate medical and adult anymore. They put it together in a combined license, which of course would reduce my cost by half and my paperwork by half. And that would also help us lower the prices because I have to pay for all this stuff all the time that nobody else has to. You know, and I've been working very hard for my whole life. I'm 70 years old now. I have no chance of retiring. I've not saved any money, but I'm still doing the right thing for our community because I love our community and I love my people. And I want to take care of them because we know how to take care of them and help them. And we know how to counsel people when they're in grief and or ask for advice for someone who's never used cannabis but they can't sleep.
Okay.
And I have my wonderful staff that I've hand trained that know these things also. And these are the people that everybody knows and trusts and knows that we love them.
So I just wanted to check at this point, since it's getting very close to 11, I'd really like to hear some public comment. And I'm not sure if we also have questions from other council members of Ms. Shaw and her team. Yes.
Okay. So I took the time today to go look at the location, read the letters from the neighbors' concerns, and I realized the urgency of the matter if your business is going to stay in business or not, and your customers are served or not. And I think it's a possibility, could be wrong, that this council could come up with some ideas that if Ms. Shaw was amenable to them. And the kind of things I came up with.
So I'm just going to stop for a second. So unless you have a question of her, I think we need to move to public comment and then, okay. And then we.
Here's the question. Are you, under these guidelines to mitigate with the neighborhood in the town, and as Larry, Mr. Bragman already pointed out, that through no fault of your own or anyone that's up at School Street Plaza that's going to have to move. My suggestions, and tell me if you agree or not, invisible storefront, no signage.
As usual.
Double door entrance, no smoking.
Of course.
10-minute parking and condensed hours. Right now you're 9 to 9. I don't believe you need to be open that long. And I think your customers will come during more condensed hours with emphasis on avoiding the route to school type hours, at least the morning one. So I think hours later is better, but something like noon to 8 or 1 to something more reasonable, condense it. Would you be amenable to those types of suggestions?
I think that most of that is reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not. Some other people might have other council members might have others, and the public might have suggestions. But you have to take into effect the neighbors' concerns, and I have the same concerns. But if it's an invisible storefront, you're halfway there. We can't be publicizing this, and your patients will know. So that's all I wanted to ask you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ms. Hellman also has a question.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. It's really helpful to understand your business and particularly sympathetic, frankly, to the operational, the cumbersome nature of complying with two separate businesses and so forth. My question is related to the whole bifurcation today that Mr. Bragman alluded to. What is your plan to apply for one consolidated? Like, I'm trying to understand, and I understand that this domain is very complex, so help me understand it. You have two licenses today, and they're both set to expire in 2025.
Okay. I
So
have Tom.
help me understand.
Tom is more articulate about this.
Okay.
So we've got a limited time frame to execute on getting the money, getting the building moving in. So we're willing.
I understand that. That's not my question.
We're willing at this time to go forward with the 2 licenses as they are, to create separate premises, 2 different vaults, a storefront, and be able to deliver. Now, where that delivery takes place, as far as the state is concerned, any store that admits that you can deliver at that store, they allow storefront delivery either by hand or in the car. All they require is a GPS tracker on your phone. The state is well aware of the way that we've conducted business, well aware. Okay. Not only have they said that it's, obviously harder than other businesses because of what we have to do, but they wonder why this is done at all by the city of Fairfax when you guys have the right in your discretion to combine the licenses. But given that we anticipate that's going to be a longer discussion, we can do business the way that we're doing business in the new location, right? So if we go forward, we have 2 different licenses, we have 2 different vaults, we have 1 storefront for medical only, okay? There's 2 doors to the place, front and back. We can detail very rapidly what the compliance, security, parking, and other requirements are. We're all been in this business a long time and we know what those.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you. My next question is with regard to your customer volume and the 75%, which is the delivery, but you had shared that a lot of your customers just like can't deal with getting the prescription or whatever it takes. But my understanding is that it's really not that difficult to get a prescription. So can you help me and the public understand that a little bit better? I mean, I remember
Call Lauren.
being able to get a doctor online and get a script online several years ago. I heard it was possible and I did it within 10 minutes. So can you has that changed? Like help me with the landscape of why your customers can't get a prescription.
So it's changed since the state law has changed. So in 96, there was a ballot measure to approve medical marijuana. And that was the model for 10 years until state law changed and allowed adult use. So since that change has come into effect, the customer base has changed, has modified how it goes about getting cannabis. So like I said in my.
Meaning it's just, you don't need it.
You don't need it. And
right.
even folks that have medical issues that they're addressing with cannabis are not going to a doctor to get a prescription. They're just using cannabis, without doing that. And like I said, the state registry of patients is down to less than 1,000 in the state of California. So the model has really changed, and our local ordinance really hasn't reflected that.
Okay.
And there is Ms. Shaw has a regulatory attorney that is going to call in.
She's on the phone or waiting on Zoom with her hand raised.
Okay. But Lauren Mendelson can answer the regulatory questions that you may have,
Okay.
at
Thank
your
you.
convenience.
Thank you. My next question is, I understood, in the volumes of emails we've received, and to my new colleagues on the dais, we've received several emails just this afternoon. So, after 3:00, several came in, just so you know. But Mr. Ragman, and Michelle, I thought I saw an email came through that said that you purchased the building. So I'm confused. You have the investors lined up, and I understood at our last meeting that we gave you the direction you needed to hear to proceed with purchasing the building. And now I'm hearing something a little bit different. So I just want to understand the true status of this building. And I'm not also following the whole risk and liability to the tenant that's there. I don't understand the connection. So could you
address that? Yeah, you do the risk and liability, I'll do the.
Okay, so right now, the building is in foreclosure. Ricky was in bankruptcy. He was in a Chapter 11 that was dismissed. So the lender is now foreclosing, and I understand it's actually going to be put on auction tomorrow. So no, the building has not been purchased. Ms. Shaw's lenders needed some assurance before they put the money up that she was going to be able to move in, because their payback is going to be her lease of the building. So there's a lot of moving parts involved in the situation. There's the foreclosing lender. There's a new lender that wants to step in and acquire title to the building and then lease it back to Ms. Shaw. Last but not least, Richard Hertz has owned the building for 15 years, 25 years, and lives there. There's an apartment above the commercial space. So his residence, his affordable residence, is also at risk unless we can give our financial lender assurance that we can make all the parts move and everything fall into place.
Are you saying he's gonna, the intent is for him to stay
Yes.
once you acquire the
Yes,
building?
yes.
Okay, that part was not made clear to me. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry if it wasn't, and he's here to address the council, and I think it's important for the council to hear from him.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, I'm not done with mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Thank you. And I saw you earlier today. I too visited the site and bought a few LPs today. So my next question is about customer volume and, the last cannabis, hubbub we had a few years ago with Element 7. Traffic was a really, really intense matter for the community and continues to be. Councilmember Egger has talked about our lack of egress and fire safety and all that. So you have thousands of customers.
Yeah.
And there are 2 parking spots. And
No.
There's not 2 parking spots?
No, they're up to 5, depending on how we structure it. And there's a nearby parking lot that can also lease to us, and there's street parking. So the back can be reformed to add more parking spots, right? So there are not 2 parking spots. There are more than 2. There are additional parking lot nearby, which we can lease. And then there's street parking. So parking, we feel not an issue. We can meet the requirements of, 2 for staff, 2 for people to come in. So 4, not on the street, and then 2 on the street. There's parking there open all day. Traffic, I believe there's 20,000, maybe 25,000 plus coming through on that street every day on Sir Francis Drake. We're not adding to that number dramatically. We're not a percentage raise to that number. We haven't been able to accommodate customers in a comfortable and efficient manner, because right now we're in a 400 square foot storefront. This would allow us to put triple that size of storefront and still have room for the 2 vaults in the back that we need. So, in terms of managing people coming in, a waiting area so they're not on the street, this is much better. There's a line out the door on School Street all the time. It's not a big enough place to accommodate when people are waiting. If you have more point of sales, if you have a way for people to come in.
I got it. Thank
Okay.
you. My final question. Sorry. The double door question kind of threw me, Councilmember Garangelli. Would the intent be that the doors are on Sir Francis Drake, the entrance is on Sir Francis Drake?
There's actually 3 doors.
Okay.
There's the front door, there's the side door, and there's the back door.
Okay.
And so we're trying to figure out the best way to do this. It might be better for everybody to come in through the side door or the back door. But there is that option.
Is the concern visibility of product, or is the concern, visibility of product, it's fine. We can create a barrier so that.
Signage.
That might be your concern, certainly silence, but my head is at, and from feedback from our constituents is, accessibility, right? So if you can slip through the front door on Sir Francis Drake rather than go to the side, I think you might consider the back door.
Yeah, because there's nothing in terms of being able to see product, there's plenty of space for us to make sure when the doors open, you can't see product or signage. As far as forming a line or taking IDs at the first door versus you're saying a second door.
Oh, I see.
Right.
Okay.
So I understand what you're saying. There's a way to accommodate your request in terms of having people be ID'd inside of the doors, right? And have a waiting area inside once people have been ID'd. But we will not allow anyone into the premise that's not 21 or older for the, adult use purchase, right? So
can I ask a question? Right now, there is adult use delivery, which I would argue is different than what you're presenting. But, and then there's the medical dispensary. I've got a question for Mr. Bragman. Are you asking for a retail recreational storefront? Because I've sat on this council for several years through 23 meetings on cannabis, and I was the only council member that was supportive of recreational storefronts. And that was not approved. And so are you asking for recreational storefront? Because that's a whole different kettle of fish. Okay.
No. I mean, what I asked for and what we're asking for is just that we allow relocation of her two existing permits, which is medical and adult use delivery. So no storefront, no signage. I mean, we understand that. And the other thing, just to respond to Councilmember Girangelli, we will respond to the site-specific issues with the Planning Commission. And I think his points are well taken, and we've understood that for years. Limitation of signage, we don't want to be an attractive nuisance. We just want to be able to continue business in a very low-key, discreet way. And address the concerns of the community, which, I read some of the public comments, and, they need to be responded to and they need to be reassured. We have been, or I should say, Lynette's been in business over 20 years. She's had many conditional use permit conditions. She's complied with them. She has a track record of compliance. And as I suggested in my memo, we would be fine with coming back with a 1-year review like we've done in the past to make sure that we're meeting all those conditions so that the public and the council is reassured of compliance and, has confidence in the operation.
Okay.
So another question, and then I'll stop. And Mr. Boyd, just hold back. I've looked at the parking. All the parking next to Mr. Jesse Morris, which is on the other side of the Daily Method, is all reserved with the exception of a handicap spot. And then there are 2 spots behind what is now called the Curiosity Shop. I'm not sure when you talk about parking, I know people are concerned because people from the Daily Method park in the residences as well, and there are 4 reserved spots. So maybe just a quick answer. You seem to say that there's plenty of parking in that lot. To me, it was kind of dangerous coming in and out of it, but.
there are 2 storage containers in the area that you're talking about that has the 2 spaces presently, and those will both be removed.
Okay.
Additionally, there's a deck on the back, and the utility company has to move the utility that's under part of the deck around the corner, which they've already agreed to do. And part of the process of tenant improvements over time, we're going to shrink the amount of space that's being used by that back deck. So
Okay.
we'll make, okay.
All right. And I think the mayor would like to get to public comment because it is getting to be 11.
Really late, and I think we'd like to hear public comment. And I'm going to assume that we can continue asking questions during deliberation. I just feel like we're getting really far into the weeds about the specifics that will probably be decided by the Planning Commission. So I'd like to start with public comment. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Richard Hertz, and I own the building at 1591. Can you hear me okay? 1591, 1593. Just a quick annotation. Lynette said nobody died because of marijuana. 25 years ago, I was on KPFA, and she said the exact same thing. Well, one of the first growers said, untrue, not true. 47 people were killed by police kicking in the doors. True. Anyway, I'm Richard Hertz, and I'm 77 years old, and I've lived in that apartment since 2009, owned the building since 2000. I have my store down below, and Lynette's going to move into the store, and she's offered me, and we've agreed, have an understanding that I will stay in my apartment. So I'm planning to live to 96. We'll see if she can do that. I don't know if it's possible. Anyway, if you have any questions of me, I'm more than helpful. The parking on the street is 20 minutes, not 10, in San Anselmo, the curb. And the sidewalk is Fairfax, because I've had to call the police a few times out of outrageous attitudes. So I don't know what else I need to add, other than I think it's a great idea and it's a great location for Fairfax for the future. Today and the future. We need to look ahead. What's behind us and all the regulations, all the stuff is really moot, because all the laws are, as Larry said, moving in the area of, consolidating it all and have it all be one thing. So I'm in support of that totally. And thank you. Is that good? I'll answer any questions if you have it. I don't know.
We can't do back and forth right now. We did a special thing here because we needed to ask some questions of Ms. Shaw and her team, but we're not going to do back and forth. We're going to take all of the comments 2 minutes apiece, and then we will deliberate. And I'm going to assume that council members may ask further questions based on public comment. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. I want to say that I'm in favor of having a storefront walk-in marijuana shop, even though it caused the demise of my marriage this year. I'm not a user, but I'm in favor of anything that improves people's mental and emotional health. And Fairfax now has a ketamine therapist. And soon, when psilocybin is approved by the FDA, we'll have that too in Fairfax. And this town is special because we do things like that. What is disturbing to me is not just that it's 290 instead of 300 feet from the preschool. I know that that's negligible, but what's disturbing to me is the speed at which this has to happen. I don't want Lynette to lose her business. I don't want any entrepreneur to lose their business. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 30. But why does this have to happen at this speed? When you foreclose or evict somebody, there's a court process. And in that court process, you can delay it a year, 2 years, 3 years. You can delay the process so you get to stay where you are. You don't have to be put out on the street if you're a business that has a lease or an individual who has a lease. So to be jumping at this opportunity and not getting the input of San Anselmo residents, because this location is part San Anselmo and part Fairfax, to be jumping at this opportunity without getting input from San Anselmo residents is a bad decision. In 2019, I was at a San Anselmo town hall meeting, just like this one, and I can tell you that there were hundreds of mothers, or at least almost 100 mothers, standing up saying that they didn't want a dispensary in San Anselmo. So we need input before we have a place that's half Fairfax, half San Anselmo. I just think the location is questionable. Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to quickly ask the staff. So we don't notice we're in San Anselmo. We only notice people within a certain radius in Fairfax. Okay. Thank you.
We did send.
Yeah.
We did send courtesy notices to every property within 300 feet.
San Anselmo as well?
Yes, and we did have communication with San Anselmo, that this process was occurring, but we weren't asking them permissions, just making sure that they were aware, and they are.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Greg Anton. I've been a lawyer for 40 years. I'm a former assistant DA from Marin County. I litigated Lynette's federal litigation in federal court. We got a court order that, after a very, very comprehensive look at her business, we've got a court order that she's allowed to distribute marijuana in California without federal interference. I just wanted to say in the big picture, I'm not as nearly as familiar with the local stuff as Lynette and Mr. Bragman are. But in the big picture, all these regulations, distances from schools and so forth, to address that issue, Lynette has been in business for over 30 years. There's not been one crime committed on her premises. There's a, just to put things in perspective, there's a dispensary near where I live that sells guns, hard narcotics, and alcohol, and children are allowed inside, and it's called Walmart. So there's concern about the usual concerns about exposure to children or crime and that kind of stuff. It's really unfounded, those concerns. So just that's what I just wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Mayor. The town exercises discretion all the time when it favors or not favors the position that's being presented. The town also exercised discretion when they chose the opportunity sites for the housing element. The town's discretion is what allowed the zoning at School Street Plaza. Therefore, it's the town's liability that precluded the continuation of that CUP. Stakeholders are generally defined as, or excuse me, assumed as a property holder. But actually a stakeholder is anybody with a vested interest in any portion of any business or asset. She is a stakeholder in this environment. There is settled case law, which I've read to you now at 2 different meetings, that if zoning precludes a CUP, that is a taking, plain and simple. Because of this taking, sometimes they proportion what has been gone and they try to come up with like, well, how much the property or how much the business was lost. This is a case where there's another legal term that I again have cited 2 specific meetings, a Lucas wipeout. And this was adjudicated law that came from the Atlantic Seaboard. And what that says is that specific case actually spoke to a developer that developed all this property. And he saved the best lot for himself. Well, the town, before he actually built it, said, oh, and all the property owners got together. We don't want you to build a house there. We want access to the beach to your property. So we're going to rezone it so you can only put camping on it and boardwalks. That went all the way up through the courts, and that was viewed as, Mr. Lucas, a Lucas wipeout, because you took away, as you've done to Lynette, all her economic opportunities. She doesn't have the right with the zoning in this town to move to another location.
I'll get this right. One thing I wasn't covered in mayor training, so thank you. Yeah, I think you can give it to the town clerk and she'll deliver it to us. Thank you.
Press the button, please.
Name is Matthew Greenberg. I'm here to strongly oppose Lynette's app to transfer her cannabis license. I had a strong love for this woman because of the lore surrounding her. Her story is amazing. She's the first cannabis club owner in the United States by a woman. She fought the feds and won. She's a polarizing character for Fairfax, to say the least. It's my understanding that the license is held as a sole proprietorship by Lynette, but I know for a fact she has solicited her business to multiple groups in an attempt to raise money to save her failing business. I'll speak for myself. In 2019, I was victimized by Lynette. She came for me to me for help as she was behind on her rent 7 months, to be exact. We contractually agreed to help get her out of debt and agreed to purchase 50% of MAM. We made substantial investments to rescue her business from imminent closure. At the time of our involvement, Ms. Shaw was 7 months behind on her rent, and her landlord, Mr. Izazi, was pursuing eviction. We intervened, paying all 7 months of back rent, securing her delivery license, paying off creditors, and providing the necessary inventory to relaunch her operations. We currently are in litigation with her, claiming an interest in her location. After helping her, we collectively spent over $100,000, by the way, trying to help her. And after helping her, she locked us out of her business and attempted to get a restraining order against myself and my business partner. As the contract stated, we were to manage daily operations, and she simply wouldn't allow it. She was not successful with the restraining order in a court of law after I showed the judge a video of our interactions. I did nothing but try to help this woman. She is currently in debt up to her ears. She owes the federal government close to $300,000 of federal tax lien. It's public knowledge, and you can see it in the handout I just gave you. As of January of this year, she hasn't paid payroll taxes for the past 15 quarters, with a total liability of $142,509.91 state tax liens that have been filed against her. See my handouts. Failure to comply with tax laws is a ground for denial, suspension, or revocation of a cannabis license.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. We have your letter.
Fairfax bylaws grandfather her into her current.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Next, you can pull the microphone down and then press the button so it turns red.
On the base, there's a button.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Appreciate it for the vertically challenged. My name is Judy Berger. I live at One Hill Avenue, Fairfax. I've been living here for 11 years. Love Fairfax. And I'm one of those who developed and walked around the neighborhood with this letter that you've received concerning basically major concerns regarding proposed ordinance amendments to relocate the Marin Alliance. So I am a supporter of medical marijuana. I voted for the legalization of recreational marijuana, but I have concerns about the impact on my neighborhood. So worked with the neighbors, the Short, Joanna and Rob Short, who live immediately behind the current Curiosity Shop, which, by the way, I've enjoyed, and I think Rick's a great guy. But we have a lot of concerns about the impact on our immediate neighborhood. Hill Avenue, Kent Avenue, and Bill. Those three streets would be the logical place for people to park if they need overflow parking from the area. And based on an interview that Lynette had with Joanna Short, she told Joanna that there are 150 people who come daily to the dispensary. The fact that it's also, that they're not asking for a medical marijuana license, but also to do the recreational, to me means that the business is likely to grow in order for her to stay in business. And that's going to bring even more traffic and congestion to our area. Please consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
So Matt Belts, Fairfax. This is my first meeting. I think this was a good one to pick, right? This has been very interesting. I live on Bell Avenue. My wife signed Judy's petition. And I think what we haven't heard yet is, like, this is not really a petition on whether marijuana is good or bad, or whether Lynette has is running a good business or a bad business. This is about whether that's an appropriate location for this type of business. And I don't think it is. And I think, what we haven't heard yet is, like, go to the area on School Street and walk around. There's not homes there, there's businesses. And go to this new location and walk around, and it's 3 or 4 businesses and then all homes around it. It's like only homes. Like, look at the Google map. There's 10 or 15 by School Street, and there's 150 by the new location. What you haven't heard yet is, in the intersection that's shown on the map that staff put together, there's the bus stop to White Hill Middle School. Like, this is not an appropriate location for this type of business, and to rush into a decision because one business owner in the town is suffering financial distress is not really, that's not the town council's job. It's to represent all of Fairfax, not one individual with a business that, may or may not be struggling right now. Thank you.
You just turned it off. Turn it back on.
There, we're back on. We're live. Joe Hansen, Fairfax. I'm a parent that lives on Bell Avenue. It's 1 block from the location of the proposed dispensary. And my wife and I bought our home there in 2005. We have kids now. We've seen the whole neighborhood build up with new families and kids. And there are at least a dozen children within 1 block of us. Maybe I could count 15. Being there that long, we've seen the traffic go through there, and I'm talking pedestrian traffic. And this is kids commuting to Drake and to Brookside. It's a high youth traffic area for not just school commuting times, but all other times. And if we were to consider the state's consideration of the 600-foot setback, and we look at the current location of the dispensary, there are 12 homes in that location. When we look at our neighborhood of the new proposal, the picture that was shown earlier is just of the storefront, but it doesn't show that we're zoned as a high residential area, and there are 130 homes that are right in this neighborhood. And this is of great concern to me. This is an important business and pays taxes, and it's an important service for people, but it's not for a high residential, high traffic youth neighborhood.
Okay, next.
Hi, Gabe Robinson. I live on Kent Avenue. You've heard from some of my neighbors. I just want to say again that I am, as many of my neighbors are, very much opposed to the proposed relocation. As has been said, it's well within 300 feet of the the tutoring center and the Caterpillar Academy. The White Hill school drop-off is directly adjacent to the location, and our neighborhood is struggling with traffic, reckless driving, and parking issues that I know I've been in contact with you, Chief, about independently that we've had no relief from. And I know part of that is the spillover from the Good Earth when that was brought in. And so the mitigation efforts that were brought to bear when the Good Earth was approved, they haven't really borne out. So we're struggling in our neighborhood with these issues, with people blowing through stop signs, and a not insignificant portion of those children that Joe had just mentioned are my 4 children. And so when they go to school, I worry about them and I worry about their safety. And I don't think a retail operation, and this is quite frankly a storefront retail operation, regardless of what language around delivery is used, it's all done on site, is appropriate for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
You just turned it on.
I just turned it off. How's it going? My name's Eric Moss. I'm a San Anselmo resident within the 300 feet of this proposed location. I'm a father of 2. I'm a business owner in Marin County. And I am kind of shocked that we're here given the state's requirement of 600 feet and the town's requirement of 300 feet. Seeing that letter the other day was a little bit of a shock considering those laws and what we would think are laws that are in place to maintain those distances. You have the White Hill drop-off, as they've mentioned. You have numerous kids who play in the parking lot. My daughters play in the dentist's parking lot and the optometrist parking lot when they're out of business. It's a big deal to be in that neighborhood. There are tons of kids in that neighborhood. There are 2 houses on my particular block on Suffield that do not have kids in them. One of them is a teacher at Brookside and the other is a senior citizen. It is a high, dense family neighborhood, and the judgment to put a business here within that 300 feet of Fairfax's requirement that I just learned of today in the 600 feet of the state is pretty ridiculous. That all said, combined with business allegations here that show instability, if true, and a auction that's potentially pending tomorrow shows a lack of business forethought on this, and it makes me concerned about the judgment of the applicants putting this together. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening or night. I'm Caitlin. I'm an associate attorney at Sellickson Law. We are counsel for Ms. Shaw in the civil lawsuit filed in Marin County involving several of the individuals opposing Ms. Shaw tonight, including Mr. Walker, his son Clinton Walker, Mr. Heaton, Mr. Greenberg, and their entity Gold Bar Venture. We're here tonight because Ms. Shaw's landlord is planning to sell and redevelop the property where she's been operating since 1997. Again, it's been said tonight, we're not here due to any fault of Ms. Shaw. It's already been said, but she's been a pioneer of the cannabis space since the 90s. She served this community, her community, through MAM, and she's never shied away from a fight, including the fight she won against the federal government, which allowed her to reopen in 2011 after undue targeting. Similarly, it's my belief these men are opposing Ms. Shaw and targeting her because of the business deal gone awry in 2019. This is the basis of their opposition. The statements asserted as fact are in dispute, and the Walker's lodged letter acknowledges that this group invested in Marin Alliance and are currently in litigation with Ms. Shaw. This opposition is motivated by their personal financial disputes and a vendetta rather than a genuine concern for the community or regulatory integrity, all of which will be decided by the Marin County Superior Court. There's a clear conflict of interest that shouldn't influence this town's decision-making process for what's at issue tonight. The town has a vested interest in supporting this longstanding operator who significantly contributed to her community. The financial and tax challenges Ms. Shaw faced must be considered in context. The state-compliant cannabis businesses have faced unworkable financial constraints, while good-intentioned, many of the state and local regulations have disproportionately affected legacy operators like Ms. Shaw. This isn't a unique issue, and this isn't evidence of mismanagement. In fact, regulators have heard these cries, and they're revising the cannabis tax rates to reduce these burdens. She's demonstrated a consistent effort to remain compliant with state and local
Thank you.
regulations. Thank you.
Next. And I'm just going to note that in a couple minutes, we'll probably have to vote on whether we are going to continue the meeting past 11:30 or not. So I'll have a couple more speakers. Thank you.
I don't know much about medical marijuana. I don't use it. I don't use regular marijuana. But I do know that I live in a neighborhood with lots of families where the medical marijuana dispensary operates right now, and there aren't any problems. If you want some facts, the current operations are right near a little league field for years, and there are no problems. Another fact is that a kid who goes to high school or middle school or preschool is not a person who is going to be allowed to come inside and buy marijuana. That's a fact. Lynette has guards or a guard and carding and all other types of, stop measures so that people who actually should be in there will be in there. I don't understand this hand-wringing. Also, by the way, medical marijuana is just marijuana in the state of California. It's legal. Lots of people can walk around and smoke it. That could be exposing your child to marijuana or cannabis. So I don't understand moving her is a huge deal. I think it should be done. Give her a chance to show that she's still a good, upstanding business in the community and serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And actually, let me just pause for a minute. I think we're going to need to vote on whether or not we are going to adjourn the meeting or continue beyond this time period.
I would make a motion to continue the meeting. We have a lot of critical things, and our next meeting is not till January 9th.
Thank you. So can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler. Yes. Mayor Blash.
Yes. So that carries. Let's move on to public comment. And yeah, sometimes listening to the community takes a long time, but it's really necessary. So let's do it.
Hi, my name is David Hafner. I'm a resident of San Rafael, but honestly, I'm in line at the Scoop so often, I probably could apply for residency status in Fairfax. I also, in the spirit of transparency, I work for the Department of Cannabis Control. I'm here to let you know that cannabis these days is seen as medicine by many people. It's to call it recreational is unfair. It's adult use. Most people now, they don't apply for medical cards because since 2017, you could do adult use. It's important to them. I've been with the department for 2 years. I hear their stories. There are many people who rely on cannabis use every day to get through their lives. It's important to them. Without access to medical cannabis, they turn to the illegal market. And I've been out with our law enforcement division. I've seen illegal cultivations. They are, cannabis that way is grown with many illegal chemicals that would never be tolerated in the standard agriculture. That's detrimental to them. Basically, these people would be forced to go after cannabis that would ultimately harm them even more than what they're dealing with on a daily basis. Secondly, I'd like to say on our website, you can see all the citations, fines, license suspensions, revocations for all of the cannabis businesses in California since the Department of Cannabis Control has taken over in 2021. You will, of the over 400 license actions, you will not find the Marin Alliance on there. So I would encourage the panel to help out Ms. Shaw and look at this, moving forward. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Kay. I'm a Fairfax resident. I've never been to Marin Alliance. Oh, I did the other day. I went to go look to talk to Lynette, but that's it. So I'm not a customer. But your kids are exposed to pot. It's everywhere. Stephanie, we grew up here. I mean, I was around pot from 8th grade up. I don't think it's healthy for to put the fear in your children. They're just going to rebel. I think it's an opportunity to educate your children. Also, I don't understand the risk to toddlers and infants and the daycare. I mean, I just don't, I'm just missing all this reason for fear. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Hi there, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. We all are entitled to our own individual viewpoints. What I see happen or have seen happen in the prior council is that they did not distinguish between their role and the state's role, and has taken up previously far too much time going beyond what their scope of duty was, and as a consequence is not taking care of Fairfax. Some of what we're dealing with tonight is a result of the prior town councils having passed the most significant zoning changes in Fairfax for many years. And I want to read to you an AI thing about something we've all learned about a long time ago, what people talk about. The law of unintended consequences is the idea that actions, especially those taken by government, can have unanticipated effects. These effects can be positive, negative, or neutral, and they may not be immediately apparent. And it gives examples, including prohibition. The 1920s prohibition of alcohol in the U.S. was intended to reduce crime and societal problems, but led to the growth of organized crime and increased consumption of illegal alcohol. Now, I'm asking you as mayor to take personal responsibility, and the other council members, for the damages that are going to happen to her business. The other issues that have been brought up tonight should be figured out, but first and foremost, it should be figured out that your
to cancer patients, to people with emotional issues. Marijuana saved my life. And I love having the ability to have access to it right here in my town of Fairfax, and Lynette provides that. Thank you, Lynette. Thank you, Town Council.
Thank you. Next.
I'm almost going to repeat that, but Lynette has been an upstanding person in Fairfax for years. She gives to the town, to the economy, and to help people. I don't know where your humanity is that we're even talking about this, giving this woman such a hard time. She's just trying to live, to exist, to have a business. We have how many bars in San Francisco, in Fairfax? We have so many bars, which is, I think, nothing against you. Which I think it's much more dangerous for kids to be walking by bars than to be walking by a store that is marijuana, whether it's medical marijuana or recreational. It's not dangerous, okay? And nobody is going to call them in and say, hey, you want a toke? That's not going to happen. I don't smoke dope anymore, so it's not for my thing. I've used up my amount. But I think you guys have to have some humanity about a woman who's just trying to exist and to live in this town and who's done nothing wrong. And she didn't want to leave. She had to leave. So cut some slack. Stop making this such a big deal politically, or for whatever reason you guys are doing that. And just remember, this is a human being who's just trying to get by and live, and she's not disturbing anybody, and in fact she's helping people.
Thank you, Mallory. Next.
Hard to follow Mallory. That was so dead on. I just quickly want to just comment as a father and resident to the folks that brought up the proximity to housing and children. having a 2.5-year-old, I live 5 blocks from the MAM, and I didn't even know it existed until 2 months ago. And we walk in and around, underneath, all over with my 2.5-year-old. We've never seen someone smoking pot in and around the facility, despite all the cubby holes and areas you can do it. Once I learned about her business, only because we were getting signatures for petitions, I went and saw there's a guarded storefront. No one's allowed in that's underage. And people buy the product and they quickly leave. No one's like walking into neighborhoods to smoke the product. It's really just a professional business front. So from those people that are concerned about it being located, near their home, it's near my home now. We're not at all concerned about that. What we do avoid is the park where people are smoking meth, drinking heavily, right where the children are playing baseball. And from a town perspective, she generates tax revenue. She's been here for 30 years. This is getting way too complicated. It's just help her move. The town forced the move. She found a great location, meets all the requirements. Let's just really simplify her and help her move, please.
Thank you. Next.
Deb London, completely, number one, support you, Lynette. And from what I've seen over the last 17 years of being in business alongside her, is that she operates on complete integrity and professionalism. I have been to her place, not very often, maybe one time. And I feel like this slippery slope starting to happen with all this renewed commentary. And I'm worried for her because I hope that you don't allow that to happen, because it's opening up all this stuff that I feel like was decided upon like over those 23 meetings or whatever it is. And I really don't want to see her slide off the edge because you're entertaining and redefining. And I read her entire thing that you guys did, the entire staff report, and oh my God, the amount of, what was it, 84 or 64, she is going to have to walk the tightest line to be able to stay in business. The amount of opportunity for her to make one misstep and lose her license is incredibly insane. And I feel like that the staff recommendations needs to loosen up again, smoke a joint before you look at it again. But I feel like it's like, oh my God, I'm really worried about this. And I think you should try and fast track her without getting bogged down in the slippery slope of reopening negotiations around this. Please move her forward so she can succeed, stay in business, and live. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Pamela Meggs, 310 Cypress Drive, Fairfax. I support Lynette. Lynette's a healer. I'm a healer. I'm a retired nurse. I understand where she's coming from. She relieves people who are suffering in pain. So put that into perspective. Also, when you all ran for office, and 2 of you ran recently, did you not say you were going to support the businesses in some way, form, or fashion? Here is your opportunity. This whole thing needs to be lifted up. There needs to be support for Lynette. I don't know. I always think that you can do it if you really want to. So I'm supporting Lynette. I'm also curious about the CBD place downtown, right near, kind of near Town Hall. Did they have as much scrutiny? Was there this, so I'm just curious. But anyway, that's it.
Thank you. Next.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I don't know if I made it to all 23 meetings that occurred, but I made it to most of it. There were a lot of false narratives which gave forth a lot of the, again, draconian rules that were put on medical marijuana and recreational cannabis dispensaries. I don't know. I went to Washington State. I went to Oregon State. signs all over the place. Just, marijuana dispensary all over. I didn't see, kids getting in because they can't. If they're willing to not even have a sign, where is this, paranoia or fear going to somehow, psychologically impact a 12-year-old? Marijuana has been legalized. People who have cancer, people going through chemo, etc., need to be able to get medicine that isn't going to have the type of after effects that you see going on with most pharmaceuticals trying to deal with pain or nausea. So what we have is someone who has a business in Fairfax. You're basically zoning her out of existence. But when you look at being next to a ball field, no problem. Do kids even know that it's there?
Thank
Like
you.
Sean said.
Thank you. Okay, so we're running quite late. I would like to know how many people are on Zoom.
There are 6 raised hands on Zoom right now.
Okay, we just got another in-person in the room. And it would be great if folks could line up when, so we know how many people are in line, because it's kind of hard when people pop up at the last minute, but I do want to respect that. So Mr. Kelly?
Hi, yeah, thank you, Doug Kelly. I'm happy to say that I was involved in writing the marijuana law before it became law. As a member of the California League of Cities Public Policy Safety Committee, it was my motion to require 2 concurrent licenses in the state of California, one in Sacramento and one locally. Nobody else on the committee knew why, but I've been in the restaurant business my whole life, and what I was saying is ABC does not do a really super great job, and we can't have Sacramento controlling this. That motion was made. We did put that forward to the legislature, and that was written into the bill. And that's why San Anselmo doesn't have a dispensary, because they didn't want one. But the people of Fairfax do want one. That's been very clear. This has been a business that's been there for a long time. It's been run safely and securely. I'm really happy that the 3 parents came here to speak and stay here till almost midnight, which it's too late for this. But the business would be right next door to a liquor store, and liquor is much worse in reference to behavioral issues. So I don't think there's a behavioral issue here. I'd ask you to move forward with this and help her get into her new slot. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, my name is Leland Cole, and I live in Novato. I've been a patient on and off since '95. I'm presently retired and disabled, and the Alliance has helped me since the '90s, even before there was legislation allowing them to do so. And I just can't imagine what I and other patients would do that cannot afford the substance if they were cut off from receiving it as a donation, which the Alliance has done single-handedly in this county since the '90s. I just can't imagine that changing. And if it did, I can't imagine how that could be a move that just wipes out any kind of compassion in the county, as she really is the only source for us that can't afford the substance. And she has supplied it, as I say, since the '90s to those that couldn't afford it and were ill. And that hasn't changed. I certainly hope that you wouldn't do anything to change that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move to Zoom?
The first speaker on Zoom is Allie, followed by Kelsey. Allie, you are unmuted.
Chief, would you turn off the mic?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Thank you so much. Hi,
City Council members, thank you for your ongoing consideration of state and local licensing laws for the cannabis business Marin Alliance. Clearly, some appreciate Marin Alliance as a long-established cannabis business. Nevertheless, I'm extremely opposed to letting Marin Alliance circumvent cannabis ordinances by moving to a new location without the due diligence required by law. And granting this preferential treatment sets a precedent for letting any cannabis business circumvent these laws. In 2022, there was a massive backlash, including lawsuits in Sausalito, when a cannabis corporation, Otter Brands, tried to circumvent Sausalito's cannabis ordinance through Measure K. This measure could have essentially granted Otter Brands a monopoly. While clearly not anti-cannabis, Sausalito voted 74% against Measure K, and here are some quotes opposing that measure. The then mayor, Kalman, stated, "Measure K is not how Sausalito does business. We don't cut corners and push efforts that try to avoid meaningful public input. Please join me in voting no on K and sending this corporation back through a public planning process like any other business." Also, Paul Austin, an African American whose cannabis business was not included in the measure, stated in the Marin IJ, "This is 2022, not 1964. I should have an equal chance at opportunity and an indistinguishable chance at success. I ask the voters of Sausalito to reject Measure K and the City Council to develop a cannabis retail ordinance that is fair and equal. I hope that the Fairfax City Council upholds the existing cannabis ordinances for Marin Alliance to preserve the fairness and equity these ordinances were written to ensure. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Kelsey, followed by Kevin. Kelsey, you are unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, council members. I wrote a letter, so I'm going to try to keep this short. I really appreciate the staff explanation of the process. It answered a lot of the questions that I have. I still have a concern that the public didn't learn about the location until a few weeks ago. I did listen into the last meeting, and there was, they alluded to a location, but they wouldn't disclose the address. And so we didn't learn till just recently that it's actually right on the San Anselmo border. And like Fairfax, San Anselmo residents and elected officials deliberated for months before deciding, like Doug Kelly shared, for months before deciding that they did not want to allow cannabis businesses in San Anselmo, and they went actually as far as to put it into the general plan. So while this council has no formal obligation to consider your neighboring town, I hope you will take into account the impact that your decision will have on both of our communities. I'm also concerned, just from what I heard tonight, again, both Fairfax and San Anselmo voted after very thoughtful deliberation not to allow adult use storefronts. There's actually no jurisdiction in Marin who has voted to allow adult use storefronts. And I've followed policy quite a bit. The way that I read the California state law is the way it's operating now is not in compliant with state laws nor with local laws. And so I would just urge this council to pause for a minute and just really look at these important issues, the location, what compliance looks like before we move forward. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Kevin, followed by Court. Kevin, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I've said my hellos. What I'd like to say is, Mike, I really appreciate your outside the box thinking, and the idea of a faceless storefront is wonderful. And some of the answers you're getting back, though, are somewhat loosey-goosey. And I love when someone says, just smoke a bowl and chill out. But that's not what you up on the dais have to do. You have to operate by regulations and rules and take this from a different aspect than some of the funky Fairfax that we know and love. What's being presented tonight is not coming clear to you. For example, You can't say that you're allowing MAM this resolution, that you're allowing it because so that they can secure the property prior to planning review and preliminary application. That's putting you in a precarious risk if they secure the property. Maybe they even already have, and yet something happens and they don't pass planning review. First of all, front entrance is mandatory. Lighting, security, that's all mandatory. You can't park in the back and walk in the back. That's illegal. You have to walk back to the front. The parking on the side of the building belongs to the other parcel. Subletting is illegal. That's illegal in the DCC, Department of Cannabis laws. Ricky and his lawyer, perhaps, they requested to dismiss their bankruptcy case. They did so with a meeting where likely one of their claimants and MAM were present and talking about securing the facility. So when they talk about a third investor, just know that there is some other stuff going on here. And we talked about the bright lighting. We talked about the side of the building isn't feasible. And, I'm more worried about Ricky. He's a vulnerable old man in this situation. I'm worried about Lynette as well. I think that about covers it. The lead agency is Fairfax. The responsible agency is the Departments of Cannabis Control, and you're supposed to work together. Thank you.
The next speaker is Court, followed by E. Bush. Court, you are unmuted.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Thanks. I'm kind of shocked by some of the things I've heard. First, I just am confused why Paul Austin's good name has been invoked to suggest that Lynette Shaw's business should not be given proper assistance to survive. What happened in Sausalito is quite distinct from what is being discussed here. And if you know the history of Connor Johnston and the way he does business and the deceptive way he finagled his company around in Sausalito, that is entirely separate from who Lynette Shaw is and the role she has played in the community. It's just, I don't drink and I don't smoke. I don't use any stuff like that. But it's shocking to me that so much fuss is being made about a cannabis supplier, medical cannabis, when we have bars everywhere. Nobody makes a fuss that there's a convenience store where you can buy liquor very close to a school. So it's really very baffling. I did want to clear up one thing with the statement that the drug war is over. Unfortunately, not for the hundreds of thousands of Black and Latino men who are still in prison for cannabis so-called offenses, like very minor things, and they could be pardoned by Joe Biden, and they should be pardoned by Joe Biden. If he's going to pardon Hunter, he can pardon people who really need it. And I hope that we will take this opportunity to maybe talk to our representatives to apply some pressure. Thank you.
The next speaker is E. Bush, followed by Bridget. E. Bush, you are unmuted.
My only comment is that I completely support the move, but I also wanted to remind parents in the area that there are many means of commercial alcohol areas that are around you, and alcohol seems to be more of a choice than medical marijuana. I don't believe that there will be a line out the door or a threat with teenagers and small children, nor do I believe there will be a line out the door for the new facility. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bridget, followed by Elizabeth. Bridget, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
I'll make this short. I just wanted to say that I am opposed to the location due to the parking limitations. I went by there to see, and the Daily Method is there. They have their own parking. I think that this is is not a great location. We already have a lot of traffic. This is a highly used area for families, for cyclists, and to have even 10-minute parking is still an issue. And that's a big concern of mine. And there are a lot of letters that were written in that I've been reading from the Bell Street in that area that agree with me. And I think we need to think about the residents, and this is a concern. The location is not a good one. Thank you.
The next speaker is Elizabeth, followed by Lauren. Elizabeth, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I'm a member of Marin Residents for Public Health Cannabis Policy, and we're an all-volunteer organization that works with local government and health officials to support cannabis policies that protect the health and safety of our community, especially our youth. So our organization does not support the current location of Marin Alliance on Sir Francis Drake because it breaches the buffer zone that Fairfax has designed to create that little bit of distance between the cannabis storefronts and youth centers like the Tutoring and Learning Center and the Caterpillar Academy. Maintaining these buffer zones is a very important and measured approach, which balances public health and community concerns with adult cannabis access. And a bunch of years ago, a cannabis business wanted to set up shop very close to where Marin Alliance wants to set up now. And that business was denied because of the proximity to the tutoring center. So if you guys waiver the buffer zone regulation for Marin Alliance, when that regulation was the reason the other business was denied a permit, it may make Fairfax vulnerable to expensive legal action by competitors. So that's a little worrisome. Our organization agrees with the staff recommendation that Marin Alliance wait a year and be on hold or pause for their delivery only license, because we would like to see them demonstrate an ability to adhere to the current state laws regulating their delivery business. So please don't bypass the cannabis regulations that the community took so much care in implementing by making special accommodations for this particular business. Thank you.
The last speaker is Lauren. Lauren, you are unmuted.
Good evening, honorable council members, staff, and everyone there tonight. My name is Lauren Mendelson. I am Ms. Shaw's regulatory counsel, and I'm here to echo some things that previous folks have said with regards to the avoiding bifurcating Ms. Shaw's business like this. The proposal would, as you know, allow her to relocate just the storefront medical and not the adult use delivery. There is, from a regulatory perspective, essentially no difference at this point in time between adult use cannabis dispensaries, medical cannabis dispensaries. There are many people in the state who, for all intents and purposes, use cannabis for their medical needs, but who have not gone through the process that takes time and money to get that doctor's recommendation and then to have that renewed on a regular basis. But it does not mean that they do not find wellness and benefits from this medicine. Does Fairfax want to be a town that's denying that type of access? If all the tax revenue that you're getting is from the adult use side of the business too, this would cut that off. I think it makes more sense to instead allow her, she's already been approved, instead of taking away an approval that the city has issued her to do adult use delivery, allow both aspects to continue at the new location. A slight adjustment to buffers is needed, less than 100-foot change we're talking about from what the town currently has in its buffer limits. I really want to encourage you to think outside the box to how do we preserve this legacy business. I want to draw your attention to an email that I sent earlier today that had statistics from the DCC's website that just shows how far out of line Fairfax is. The fact that Ms. Shaw has 4 attorneys in attendance tonight, myself included, attending on Zoom, just speaks to the amount of absurd, complexities that she has had to deal with. And also the number of speakers in her support tonight show how important she is. business. So please find a solution, allow her to move all aspects of her business to this new location.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
There are no more speakers.
Okay, so we're going to bring this back for deliberation, and I'm just going to note it's really late at night, but we have, been asked to listen to everybody, and we have heard both sides of this argument. So when people say, listen to the people, well, we're listening to the people, and the people are speaking with different voices, which is why it's challenging to come to a decision. So let's go back to hear what people have to say.
So the good news is everyone seems to support Lynette. Some want her to do it. Others still support it for the most part, but they're concerned about their children, their neighborhood, the traffic. That's very understandable. There's so many ways to mitigate this, from appointment only type pickups. I can, I'm not going to tell you the whole thing that I wrote here right now, but this can totally be mitigated in my mind. And the bottom line is we forced her out of business. We forced everyone up on School Street Plaza out of business. And I do sympathize with the parents. I have children also. But I would say that, and by the way, they're older now, they're in their 30s, but I might be wrong on this, but I think the last place they're going to get marijuana from is from Lynette. I think they may be getting it at somewhere else, if they're getting it at all. Hopefully they're not, because we don't want our youth smoking marijuana or drinking alcohol, for that matter. We want them to grow up without all that. But I think Lynette does and can run a clean shop. She has proven it. There's been testimony to that. And the parents who live in the area and the community, I just think that it can be mitigated, and I hope you're open to that. And because that's what I see. I see a totally a mitigation that can solve this issue. And keep in mind, not just her, but with her, because this is her night. She was forced out of business by all this rezoning. This wouldn't even be here right now, as someone pointed out, if she wasn't forced to leave School Street Plaza. That's all. That's my first thoughts on the matter.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes, thank you. Well, it's clear that, Fairfax has created this emergency. And there's definitely a legal question as to whether or not School Street Plaza has been rezoned for 243 units. We have notified the town of San Anselmo, and we have not heard back from them. I think that's important. Our sister town next door. The preschool, the last property in Fairfax town limits, is next to a beer tavern, and the state of California issued a liquor license next door to that preschool. I support transferring of the existing use as is. And I think we could probably come up with some emergency regulations to start the process tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hellman?
Yeah, I just want to say that this was all really helpful, hearing all perspectives, and I am uncomfortable with how fast this is moving, given that San Anselmo is a stakeholder here. I just wanted to state that. It feels rushed and uncomfortable. I do want to say that I too have 3 children, and none of them were aware of MAM's existence until, I think a couple of years ago when cannabis was a hot topic. And I think it's it's fairly invisible to the community today, unless you are buying the product and know where it is. And I think that there's reason to believe that you would still operate like that, because West Marin Little League certainly uses their voice in our community for matters that are important to them. And they have never, I'm not aware that there's been any complaints. One question I do have for staff is, so the proposal on the table is for 1 year.
It's, excuse me, it's for allowing her to relocate to that address.
Right.
Waiving the distance requirements.
Right.
And waiving the requirement for the competitive process.
Right.
But having to get a CUP just like she has right now for the medicinal storefront. And there is a provision in 3 that allows her a 1-year wait period to get the adult use delivery only permit, if there are no violations or anything. But I can, if you want, easily modify number 2 at the top of the page to allow for the same, going to the Planning Commission, getting a medicinal use storefront, CUP, getting a medicinal use permit, and also getting an adult use delivery only permit. Now, that's not a CUP for the adult use delivery only. It's just a CUP for the medicinal storefront. And that is what she has right now.
Mm-hmm. I guess where I was going with that is to really understand what is the process for understanding a year from now how the business has been operating. How will the community and this council know if there have been complaints, if there have been violations? I don't personally have transparency into that kind of thing unless I ask for it. So
So a conditional use permit is always reviewable. One of the conditions that the Planning Commission can put on it is she comes back in a year to report on how the business is operating. That could be just the medicinal storefront. That could be the medicinal storefront as well as an adult use delivery component.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I'm sorry to have to add this, but because I'm with Frank and maybe some others, but when I say an invisible storefront, there won't be a sign that says medicinal marijuana, or Marin Alliance. There'll be no sign. There'll be a number, whatever the street address is, and that's all the customers need. And that, I think, helps really mitigate the kids seeing, hey, oh, what's that say? Oh, what's that leaf on there? None of that kind of stuff. I think it makes a big difference.
Excuse me.
You can't really shout out.
So
Sorry.
anyway, well, I know of some, not many, but I know places that have
Okay, can you let
no storefront
your
signage, and that's the reason, and they have it on purpose. That's the mystique of the business. Her business wouldn't have storefront signage.
Okay, I'll be happy to speak. So I hear Councilmember Helm, or Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm mixed up, concerned about, San Anselmo concerns, and we heard a lot. But what the proposal is on the table tonight is to send this to the Planning Commission to do the deep dive as was done in the past, probably not with 84 or 64 conditions, but some conditions. And through the Planning Commission, that would be a public hearing. There would be opportunities, there would be more notice, etc. So I see that as a good approach. And while I came in thinking I would prefer just staying with the medical dispensary, what I think makes sense is to do as you suggested, which is just now send this to the Planning Commission for the medical dispensary for a CUP. Also take a look as a permit for adult use delivery only, not storefront. And I would also like during that process to have a deep dive into what is required in delivery. We've heard different interpretations. I've heard that it really does require driving somewhere. I've looked at the state regulations. I'm not a lawyer. That's where I'm headed with this. And I think I sat on the Planning Commission for a while. There's an opportunity for people to speak. And I think the Planning Commission can take some of Councilmember Giangelli's suggestions, which I think were part of similar to what were the original conditions of no signage. I've seen out in front a little A-frame sign that is an advertisement at Ma'am Now, and I don't think that's what we want. But I think the Planning Commission can do the deep dive. That's what they're good at. And I think that is an opportunity for hearing and have people weigh in. And they will hear more. And I think we're doing a couple things. It's absolutely right that by our change to the zoning, that caused Ma'am to have to move through no fault of her own. I think the writing was on the wall that that property at some point was going to be developed by someone. But I think we're making an exception for a unique situation. We're not making an exception for some other company that comes in saying, hey, I want to go here. And this is a unique situation. So I think the proposal on the table, with the exception of, I would add that we would include in the ordinance adult use delivery permit and not storefront. And then I would really like to see a deep dive into how delivery should work. And I would really like us to make sure that that's clear in whatever conditions we do. So that's the end of my comments. And I'm hoping we can move on.
Thank you. I don't really have a lot of comments. As I said in a prior meeting, I'd love to see this business stay in town. I have some concern about some of the activities that I guess were not totally legit in the past. So if those can be mitigated, that would be great. I did have the question of whether, both sides of the business could be delivery only and that might relieve some impact on the community. It doesn't sound like anyone else is wanting to go in that direction. So I'm just going to go ahead and I just think a lot of the details we've gone into sound really great, but I think they're really the purview of the Planning Commission to determine. And so I think that's all I have to say. If anybody has a motion, we can move forward.
Well, I have some modifications.
Thank you.
If you're interested.
Okay, go ahead and let us know what that is.
So if you're interested in doing a first read on the ordinance tonight, I have some modifications for the three provisions that will allow an application for a CUP for a medicinal storefront. And I understand there's also delivery associated with that medicinal storefront. And then also obtaining two permits, just like she has right now, one for the medicinal storefront, a cannabis business permit, and a cannabis business permit for an adult use delivery only at the same location. I can read into the record the changes. So if you look at the ordinance, section 5.56.170, and you come down to number 1, I wouldn't make any changes there.
Can I just ask, let me interrupt you, what about
Yes.
the title? I think the title needs a change.
No, I think it's fine. I mean, that's what we had before. So let me
Okay, go
propose
ahead.
so if we leave 1 and we strike 3 entirely, the major changes come to 2. And number 2 says, after we've gone through number 1, which is the CUP for the medicinal. Number 2, obtain a permit for a medicinal use storefront and an adult use delivery only retailer permit to be operated at the same location as the medicinal use storefront pursuant to Town Code, Chapter 5.56, Cannabis Businesses. Let me make sure I can put here. With the exception of the requirement of participating in a competitive process pursuant to Town Code Section 5.56.070 and in conformance with Town Code Chapter 17.110, cannabis uses as the owner operator's current permits, plural, are not transferable to a new location pursuant to Town Code Section 5.56.130. And then fees for the required permits, plural, shall be prorated according to the amount of time remaining on the existing permits, plural. So with those changes, I think that accomplishes what I'm hearing maybe the majority. And that is CUP application to the Planning Commission for a medicinal storefront, also medicinal delivery. And, excuse me, 2 permits, cannabis business permits, 1 for medicinal storefront, 1 for adult use delivery.
Can I just interrupt? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Where are you? It looks like number 3 actually needs a change.
I said strike it entirely.
Oh, strike it. Okay.
Yeah.
All
The
right.
changes come to number 2.
Okay, and you read those into the record. I got
Yes.
those. I'm sorry, we were having a little side conversation.
That's all.
here.
No. So if that's what you're looking to do, those changes would accomplish that.
Just one other change.
Where did Mr. Bragg?
Just one other change. Janet,
Yes.
the line that says the foregoing ordinance was introduced at a regular,
At a regular meeting, yes.
not special,
Not
because
special.
originally we were going to do it
Yeah.
at a special. Okay. I personally am supportive of that.
All right, where's Mr. Bragg? Well, oh, there he is. Mr. Bragman, did you hear what I read into the record? Did you hear what I read? Are you comfortable with that?
I think so. I mean, I gave you a draft with some different changes, but I'm comfortable with your judgment usually, and I think you have covered it.
Okay.
So it allows transfer or.
It's not transferable, but she's going to get new cannabis business permits, 1 for the medicinal storefront and 1 for the adult use delivery only, just like she has right now.
Yes. So it covers both sides of the business.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That sounds like what we need.
I'd just like to mention one potential wrinkle, which is the state, because we currently have provisional licensing under the state, allows us to move our license with the state.
We do not. These are 2 separate licenses. Yeah, local licenses.
Okay. So leave that alone? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll leave it.
Thank you.
This is what we need, and thank you for your work.
So if people are ready, I'm happy to make a motion to move the ordinance with those changes read into the record. And I would go ahead and say waive first reading, read by title only, and introduce an ordinance repealing Town Code Article 3 of Chapter 5.56 Cannabis Deliveries, Section 5.56 Adult Use Cannabis Deliveries by certain existing medical marijuana dispensaries, and repealing and replacing Town Code 5.56 170, application of this article to existing medical marijuana dispensaries with application of this article to existing medical cannabis retailer, allowing the Marin Alliance for Medical Marijuana, MAM, to relocate to 1591-1593 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard upon fulfillment of certain requirements, with the amendments to the ordinance read into the record by the town attorney.
A quick question. I didn't hear adult recreational in that motion.
Adult use delivery only is in number 2. That's allows her to obtain a permit both for the medicinal cannabis storefront as well as medicinal delivery, and adult use delivery only at the same
Adult use is
location.
synonymous with recreational.
Yes. Yes, it
Adult
is.
use is synonymous with recreational.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a second?
Yep, I'll second that.
Okay, so the motion was by Ms. Kohler and a second by Mr. Garangelli. So can we get a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
And I would just like to point out that Mr. Gangrelli gave some direction that should be forwarded to the Planning Commission. Go ahead.
Oops, sorry. Just very conflicted here because I've heard from the neighbors that they feel it's moving too fast. I'm going to be overvoted anyway, so I will just vote no on behalf of those neighbors who want more time. Thank you. The motion carries. And as I said, I'm outvoted, so that's fine. Thank you. We're going to need to move on. It's very late at night. I would like us to get to Marin Sanitary because I think we need to do that. And we also need to do the homeless issue. So if it's possible to move, to have Marin Sanitary do their presentation and then we can move on through that, I think that would be great. If nobody has any objections. Okay.
She's the mayor.
Are we really going to, do you think we're really going to have time and the bandwidth to address homelessness tonight?
so.
Let's have, I mean, I think I might want to talk.
It's
Yes.
midnight.
Oh, I know. Thank you. I know this is, I mean, I think we had a really packed agenda. We had a huge amount of public comment on our outgoing council members, on our incoming council members, and we had 2 super hot button topics. So I would like suggestions from staff. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that I don't know that I'm
I totally agree.
not sure I'm in it for the long haul. I don't know that I'm going to be able to stay
Right.
till 2 a.m.
I think the couple issues that we just need to keep in mind is that I think we do need to approve the Marin sanitary rates, but we also need to move on whatever we're going to do with the homeless ordinance because I think a lot of people feel time is of the essence. So I would like to know what sort of options you think we have.
Mayor, if I may suggest, one option is to simply have a vote on the MSS rates without the presentation. The percentage is 3.53, or to continue that item until January. That would be another option, but not to take homelessness and then MSS because they've been here.
I think
a
we
long
were
time.
supposed to do MSS last month. We're behind everyone.
We are.
I want to make a suggestion that we go with your idea without the presentation and then get public comment. And I think we should have a show of hands of how many people are here to talk about the item on the, I'm just going to call it the anti-camping ordinance.
Show of hands?
I mean, one suggestion that Councilmember Gangelli said to me is potentially we could come back in 2 weeks, but we tend to have these meetings that we go on forever on everything. So just wondering.
I like this suggestion. So we could simply what? Ask for a
call the
motion?
vote.
Okay, well,
We could do MSS very quickly.
that's what I'm saying. Let's call the vote on MSS. And thank you for waiting. And yes, we're very sorry.
So Mayor, if I may suggest hearing public comment and then having the vote.
Thank you. So let's have public comment on the Marin sanitary rates, please.
Thank you, Council. First off, as I generally say when the subject comes up, how much I appreciate Marin Sanitary Service, how their service is exemplary, how their drivers are always very considerate of my tenants, how they're always available should we have extra debris and when it needs to be taken. I also think that their rates should probably be paid a little bit more in Fairfax than, for instance, in San Rafael. San Rafael, they have wider roads. They can use bigger trucks, which takes less conveyance to go back and forth. What I'm bringing up this evening is I would like a clear understanding, reading the report, which I do not understand, and I forwarded you the same question this evening before I came here. Last year, you allowed Marin Sanitary Service to raise the rates 5%. In exchange, which wasn't made very public, you also allowed I shouldn't say allowed, you also required the franchise fee, which I view as kind of a kickback, to go from 12% to 15% to the benefit of the town, which costs the ratepayers more money. Looking at the consultant's report, they take these individual franchise fees and they integrate it into the percentage and increase that you are voting on tonight. I would like this council to disclose to the public what franchise fee, what percentage. I can see in the report $224,000, but I'd like to know if that's changed from the 15% that was increased from 12% the year before. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Oh, would you like to say something?
I'm sorry.
I just do.
I have to correct that. That's not correct. That's not the right franchise fee. I can pull that up for you if you're interested, but it has not been escalating as a percentage.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening. Yeah, I also want to echo Marin Sanitary Services incredible. When we had our child, those trucks were coming at 4:50 in the morning, and we called the route supervisor. He showed up personally to our house, met my wife and kid, talked to the drivers, and they changed the route time on our street, which is really incredible. So I'm really grateful to Marin Sanitary. But in just quickly reviewing but
Can I just interrupt one thing? It's a public hearing, so the mayor needs to open the public hearing.
I'm sorry. Open public hearing and
Sorry, Sean.
I don't know if we can reverse that to when Mr. McIntosh spoke, but thank you. And I hope we've stopped your time, so you're not losing time. Sorry to disrupt your train of thought.
no worries. No, and just in reviewing the expense sheet that they submitted, I couldn't readily tell if that's the cost specific to Fairfax or is it the cost specific to all of the counties or the towns that they serve? And does that cost increase need to be dollar for dollar cost increase to the service payers? So it wasn't readily available because you couldn't see the profit and loss. It just was the cost side of the sheet. So they increased the cost 3.5%. Why do our rates also have to go up exactly the same amount? Is that necessary to cover their costs or does it create additional revenue and profit? I just couldn't tell from the sheet. It'd be great if we could compel them to show what additional revenue that creates. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Deb London, I just want to say that as a person who has a small retail business, cafe, that we're paying probably $16,000 a year for trash. So when the rubber hits the road, it matters. That's a lot of money for garbage. And it doesn't include the fact that we try and do the right thing and do compostables, and you charge us an additional amount for that. Not cool. And recycling's great. It's free. but I'm just, as a business owner, ouch. Thank you.
Hi there, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I've got a question of this newly reconstituted council, which has 3 prior members on it, who sought to limit the majority of owners from having a cost of living increase, yet has previously seen fit to provide employees with 5-6% increases, and is now, nothing against Marin Sanitary, they do a great job, but is looking tonight to approve a 3.53% increase, which is more or less, close to the cost of living, or CPI, which is what you were advocating for 0.6 or 75%. So I want to understand the logic on why one class of business owner, so-called business owner, would be entitled to a CPI raise. Employees would be entitled to a higher than CPI raise, yet anyone providing housing would not be even entitled to maintain their property. Please explain the logic. And then I just want to call out that the franchise fees for garbage total 260, if I'm reading this right, $260,000 in the budget. And I'd like to ask that those, rather than going into the general fund, go into road maintenance so that our roads can be properly maintained along with the other franchise fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak, or anyone online?
There's no one on Zoom.
Okay, yes, and you can go ahead and, yes, thank you, sorry. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and now we are going to get some, a little bit of answers from, so it's still public comment. Thank you. Never mind. Go ahead.
Patty, you need to speak in front of the mic. We can't hear you. And
Thank you. Yeah, do the
I
mic.
apologize. My bedtime's about 8:30. And I'm a little goofy. We've been over here talking about national politics, and I don't get the newspaper anymore because of them. So I'm sorry if we've been kind of giggling. And I was also the member of the 420 class at San Rafael High School. So the whole marijuana thing kind of comes home. Anyway, so my colleagues here are Justin, who's our GM, and Jason, our CFO. Our outreach department had to go home and go na-na. Shannon was here, Shannon Reaver and Renee Goddard. So on behalf of the 260, thank you, colleagues with whom I'm lucky enough to work, we share our gratitude and thank you for letting us serve your town. And I want to say we had our Customer Appreciation Day this year. We got 336 people. 536 people. Last year we had 201. They got free compost and they got free shredding. So it's wonderful to be here. We're in compliance with every one of our regulations. We're regulated by 27 different agencies, and our diversion rate is still the highest in the state. And Justin is holding a picture of a band that we are sponsoring from Paraguay, whose parents, all of those children, their parents work scavenging in a landfill. Those instruments are all from the landfill, and they made them, and they're unbelievable. They'll be here next year at the next Customer Appreciation Day. Thank you. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Is there any more public comment in the room? Okay, thank you very much. Close the public hearing. That's what we're doing. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Egger?
Well, I'm not sure this process. I've just got a bunch of questions. Should I start?
Yes.
Okay. I noticed the residential refuse collection rates are set at 43, 51, 103, and 154. Then when you go over to the commercial, they seem to be quite a bit, not quite a bit, a little higher. And the question is, the commercial is all compacted in a downtown area, but they're charged more for the size cans in the commercial than they are in the residential area. The residential is spread all over town, and they've got to go up in the hills, out in the flats. And is there a reason why the commercial is so much more expensive for the same size can? That's one question, number one. Also, the redemption center closed, so folks that collect their aluminum cans and bottles and plastic can't return them to the redemption center in Santa Fe anymore. I know I guess some stores say they'll collect, they'll give folks the returnable amount, whether it is 5 cents or 10 cents. But in San Francisco, Recology has set up rotating redemption centers. Well, they'll go to a large market area and set up a canopy and a truck and do a redemption in a neighborhood community. And they'll rotate that around San Francisco. And I'm wondering if that's possible for Fairfax, if we could have, say, a redemption center set up at Fairfax Market or the Good Earth store maybe once a month, and allow folks that collect the cans and bottles to return them and get their money back. Because otherwise, if they put them all in the mixed use can, Rin Sanitary gets the benefit of all the aluminum. And anyway, that's one issue. The other is the figure of $77,500 for a vehicle impact fee. Does that ever change, or is that a standard figure? Like the rates are going up 3.53%. Does that figure go up 3.53% too? I mean, does that figure ever increase, the truck impact fees?
Heather, I think that one's for you.
Sorry. So the impact fee and the franchise fee have been stable, and they are 10% of the gross revenue. And the regulation is on the revenue, so it's not. It's set up to incentivize the company to keep their costs low. It's not a it's meant to make sure that there's not just escalating big jumps in rates. So this is a relatively modest rate, and it's based on an index like.
But the road impact fee doesn't change. That's what it stays the same every year, 77,500.
I believe it's a percentage, not a number, right? So we can call up the consultant who's done this every year for the last number of years, if you'd like.
Does that $77,500 go into a separate fund? Do we have a road fund that they were putting that in, or does it go to the general fund?
So it gets transferred into the general fund, and then the council sets the appropriations, the allocations for all of the general fund. So you can see all of the revenues coming in are allocated to their different purposes.
I have some answers if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
The difference between what is charged commercially versus residential is actually something that is up to the council. So what the third-party rate regulator does is determine what is the revenue that's necessary to keep the operations going. And then the council makes the decision as to which way does that get charged. That's been historic. The Redemption Center is actually in Novato, and people are welcome to use it. We had to stop our redemption center due to COVID, and then we decided to not because most of the flow in recycling changed, we needed the space inside the building to be able to redeem all of and recycle all of what was coming at us that hadn't been coming at us before. Also, the revenue that we may get offsets the rates. So the ratepayer actually does get a benefit from having those bottles and cans and so forth being recycled through us. And the thievery is now almost nil, whereas there was an entire fleet of people going through and stealing most of those bottles and cans when the redemption center was open. Now they do go into the container and it offsets and lowers our rate.
So, but if you had a redemption center in Fairfax, it would save a Fairfax resident having to drive to Novato to get their $30 or $40 or $50 back for the cans and bottles they've collected.
Potentially.
I mean, would it make sense to put a redemption center in Fairfax? So once a month they do it in San Francisco, Recology does.
Generally, the grocery stores do not want the redemption center there. They're selling food that's fresh, organic in this case, and they don't want to have to take back things that have been soiled by the consumer.
I'm not talking about the grocery store taking it back. I'm talking about you want to see some photos? I've got photos of San Francisco's.
Thank you. I just want to say that I think this isn't what's before us tonight, although I think it's a great idea and you might want to, send it to them, but it's not what we're deciding on tonight.
I have a question.
Yes, if Mr. Egger is done,
Maybe Frank's not finished.
Mr. Garanghelli would like to say something. Are you done or would you like to continue?
John finished, yeah.
Okay.
We definitely should bring that back and look at that in my mind. On the consultant, we have a consultant to figure out our garbage rates. Is that how it works?
The Marin Franchisers Group hires one consultant so that all of the jurisdictions in that franchisers group share that cost. So it lowers the cost. But yes, they've been performing that duty for many years.
We pay a consultant to give us this information.
They do.
Does the town of Fairfax pay for this consultant? That's my question. And what does that cost?
I don't have that in front of me. But I can
maybe next time?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's 17,000.
How many
I think
members
it's in
of the
report.
franchise are there? I think it's important that it's not just Fairfax paying that fee. It's like 11 jurisdictions.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It is very late and I'm sure it's in the report and I could look it up, but I don't think
Another
it's a good
thing
idea right
to
now.
also point out is a few years ago, there was a formula developed. It used to be that every year there was a specific analysis of rates in minute detail. And then there was a formula that was developed that each council in the franchisers group in the county approved. And so that consultant that serves the franchisers group uses that formula in looking at it. And I think it's been much more stable since we did that. We have always been pretty much the lowest rates in Fairfax, and that's in the report. But there were a couple of peaks, and it's been much more stable since we adopted that formula. And that's probably something in the future for our two new folks who were on many years before to hear more about it at a separate time.
It is far less volatile, and it's also easier to explain to people. One of the things that I'm the proudest of, in addition to our great service record and our high diversion, is that we are lower than the median of any other like community in our rates that are charged.
I just want to point out the one reason why I asked how much we're paying what our share of paying a consultant is. Someone challenged me to find money for the streets. I think it was the IJ, and every dollar we can find that we can put into the streets is my goal. One of my goals, which I wasn't able to mention earlier. But so to me, $17,000 is a fair amount of money to pay somebody to tell you how much your rates are going to be.
I'm sorry. it is extremely late. I started for work at 6 a.m. this morning, so I'm going to talk and then you can talk, okay? Actually, I misspoke. We don't pay for the consultant to do this. The city of San Rafael contracts with the consultant, and then those fees are paid out of the MSS rates. So they do that. But we can bring the consultant on to a Zoom right now if you'd like.
No, we want less consultants.
I'm sorry. I'm just really struggling with the time here.
Something, Mayor, may I ask one question? Not about the garbage rates, but before we conclude tonight, I mentioned there's an emergency situation in town concerning the anti-camping ordinance. And I'm hoping we can bring it back either next week with just the focus on that, or a very slim meeting focused on getting that passed so we can move forward. So my suggestion is next Wednesday, but maybe there's another way to do it. You tell me.
I would just suggest one thing, that we finish this up, but I would suggest in 2 weeks because there's a conflict with a very important meeting next Wednesday. But so I would like to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving maximum rates collected by Marin Sanitary Service for solid waste services to be effective January 1st, 2025 in the town of Fairfax.
A second. Can I second this, Mayor?
A question on the motion? Is this
Yes.
was this a 1-year contract? What was this? When does it come back again?
This is rates. It's not a contract. It's not a new arrangement. It's just that the town needs to set the maximum rate each year. And so normally this would be done in October or November. And so we're a little late now, and we're trying to get this done before the rates become effective January 1.
So it's once a year this comes before the council.
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to see an issue of a redemption center in town worked out here, but
Frank, why don't you raise that future agenda topics at the end of the meeting?
say that again.
Your idea, which I think is a very interesting one, of having a redemption center, why don't you raise that at the end of the meeting? We have an item called future agenda topics.
Oh, I've got a good one for you for that one. Don't worry.
Okay, but I think that would be the time to raise it.
Right. Thanks. Okay, so where are we at? We had a motion and I seconded it. So it was a motion by Barbara Kohler and a second by me. Can we take a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ager.
No.
Vice Mayor Hillman.
Yes.
Councilmember Girangelli.
No.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Okay, and just to
Let's clarify what we're doing now.
bring up the idea of doing a meeting in 2 weeks. There is an important meeting next Wednesday that can't be missed. So I know it's not great holiday month, but it looks like we've got some important things to deal with.
Okay, so
Thank you again for staying so late.
yes, thank you. So do we need a motion to do that?
Well, I would like to make a motion to say December 18th for a special meeting to include the rest of the agenda.
So
Excuse me. How about just adjourning this meeting to continue it, but we haven't finished until December 18th, rather than a special meeting. Special meeting where you get a 24-hour notice. That's unacceptable to folks in town. They want to.
You're getting actual notice tonight. You're getting actual notice tonight. And so if you adjourn without any additional notice, it has to be within 5 days. And so a special meeting would be appropriate if you want to do it on December 18th.
Okay.
Okay, so that was my motion.
And it should be continue the remaining items, which include item.
So it includes item 6 and the consent calendar.
8.
No new line.
I kind of, I'm not sure, we have to verify, but I believe,
She'll have to withdraw it.
okay, well, we should check with her.
Okay.
And then finish the consent calendar.
And then, yeah, consent calendar and the rest of the agenda, right?
Mayor, I'd just like to note, I don't believe the petitioner is here at this moment, so I think it's pretty clear that she's willing to continue.
Okay. I mean, I just think because of the touchiness of it, it might be worth asking. But I think this is a good idea. I still think we are going to probably do, are we going to do future agenda items tonight? Do we want to do that, or we want to wait till the special meeting?
No,
You want to do it now?
in 2 weeks.
Okay, great.
The
So
whole rest of the meeting. in 2
great.
weeks.
Okay, that's
But no new, I please don't add any more items if it's possible.
I made the motion. Did someone want to second that motion for December 18th?
Second.
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Great. And so are we doing town manager's report? We're just going to adjourn now. Okay, let's adjourn. Thank you very much. Thanks for waiting. And we will see you all in 2 weeks if this
Thank you.
is a topic that you're interested in. Thanks so much.